Good morning. Good morning. It is, or should I say, hear ye, hear ye. It is the morning of day 12 of the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. It is Wednesday. What day is it? May 15th? Oh, man. We are on witness 31. Julie Nagel. We're going to be starting with a redirect. I really would like to know what happened as we left off with Julie Nagel's testimony. And I'm just looking at my notes. She said that she put two and two together after the news kind of broke that John O'Keefe had died and was on the lawn at 34 Fairview. And that after she put two and two together, that the black blob or black object she saw on the lawn at 34 Fairview near the flagpole was not the bushes or shrubbery, was not the box of the electrical outlet, but was in fact about 5 to 6 feet long. And we have no idea what she did with that information. Doesn't seem like she disclosed it to anybody in that immediate time. So we're going to see what's going on in court today. And 31 witnesses in, and more questions than answers. And I don't know if we're ever going to get to the point where we tip past the more questions than answers. We are 12 days in. Most trials are done by now. It's bananas to me. So we're going to just roll into court. Emily is tired, but we'll talk about that in the chat. So law nerds, thank you for being here. Thank you for being law nerds. Thank you for making this the best place on the internet to watch live trials. Don't worry, you're not missing anything in court. Why? Because they immediately went to sidebar. Why they couldn't just not let the jury come in and do that in open court is beyond me, but I think the judge is trying to limit the amount the attorneys talk to her at this point. Don't forget, you are going to need the Law Nerd app if you don't want to miss the key witnesses when they take the stand. Will Trooper Proctor take the stand? I don't know. I still don't know. I think the Commonwealth is doing everything they can to avoid that. But if Trooper Proctor takes the stand, I will let you know. When Brian Higgins takes the stand, we have to be getting close in time to hearing from Matt McCabe, Jem McCabe, and Brian Higgins. I will let you know. I think we've heard from everyone else. And for those of you that are asking, does the Commonwealth have to call every witness on their witness list? No, they don't. Do they have to ask the same foundational questions to every witness? No, they don't. The jury instructions say one witness, if believed, is enough to establish any fact. So I think after maybe 2 or 3, we could have stopped with it snowing. Here's my supposition on that, and this is just my supposition of being a trial attorney for, 18 going on 19 years now. I think the prosecution is worried about the if believed part, and so is trying to load up the witnesses. But the witnesses seem to be establishing the fact that this has been well established in this case. People went to CF McCarthy's and had a really nice time together and drinks. Then they went to the waterfall. Some people ordered appetizers. People had drinks. They had a nice time. Some of the guys, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, were messing around with each other. I don't think they were trained fighting defense. John O'Keefe and Karen Reed looked like they had a lovely time with their group of friends. They were, quote, lovey-dovey, to the point where one of the witnesses' wives said, "How come you weren't more like that with me?" And they had a lovely evening. And it was starting to snow, and people left the waterfall and went to 34 Fairview. And it continued to snow. Oh, and firefighters have to clear the apron around their fire station. So we know that. And we also know all of the continuing ed it takes to become a paramedic, though I have now long forgotten. So with all of that, should we just go to court and hope they're done with this sidebar? Should we hope? Fingers crossed, law nerds. Let me know where you're coming in and what you're drinking this morning. No green juice, but Element Hydration. No, not sponsored. However, concert season requires. I was doing okay last night. I was trying to be restrained at the Sum 41 show. I was restrained. And then they played We're All to Blame. And in my brain, I'm 19, not for upwards of 45. So when they played were all to blame. My entire body was just, yep. And now my back, my neck, my feet, now we're paying for it. My voice, my entire soul hurts. But it was good. It's basically a sound bath. I have been realigned. My chakras have been realigned through the punk music. But it was at the Ryman. It's basically a church. It's like the church of country music, but with punk. It was so good. It was so good. I'll tell you more about the show later. So Sum 41 was amazing. The Interrupters opened. I wore my tour shirt today. I don't mind being cringy. I had so much fun. The Interrupters were amazing live. Just amazing live. They did like a ska punk cover of Billie Eilish's Bad Guy. I almost lost my mind. They also, Nashville, did a sing-along of Take Me Home Country Road, which slaps. The Sum 41 covered Social Distortion, covering Johnny Cash, and it was just, it was so good. So I am exhausted, but also like my little musical cup is filled a bit. So Lolly, you can't take me out today. You can't take me out today. And I don't think I can hear out of one ear. So it's going to be absolutely fine. It's going to be fine. It'll just filter out the what if anything. I'll just be hearing music in my head. It's totally fine. Totally fine. Law Nerds, let's go to court.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the Law Nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
Yes, I'm going to see what they say on the record when they come in and how they end up at sidebar, because I'm curious. And then we'll go.
117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Then
Counsel, could you come to sidebar, please?
Oh, the bailiff called them to sidebar. I wonder if there's an issue. The bailiff called them to sidebar. The attorneys didn't say we need to go to sidebar. That was the bailiff. All right, let's see what's going on in court. We're going to zoom a little bit. They are all still waiting. I don't know if they're waiting for the jury to come in or not, but they are all still waiting in court. They're standing for the jury to come in. That took quite a long time this morning. I'm just ready for the hear ye's, though I got to say, I do miss Judge Newman.
Bring the jury.
I am constantly confused in this court.
All persons having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Cannoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court within the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. You may be seated.
Draw near and give your attendance, and you shall be heard.
117, the Commonwealth versus
I would
Karen
like to be
Reed.
heard.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning,
Maybe
Ms. Reed.
no what if
Good morning,
any's.
jurors.
Same questions.
Appreciate you being ready and willing to go forward. We did spend a little time this morning with the lawyers moving things forward, so our time was well spent.
I don't know if I believe you at this point. Were we really moving things forward? Did you tell the prosecution to stop treading the same ground
From discussing this case with anyone.
at all?
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did you also follow the
it's day
instruction
12.
and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into
I can't believe it's day 12.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no.
I also successfully avoided that.
Thank you. May we have Ms. Nagel, please?
Perfect. We're going to zoom until she's back on the stand.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor.
Redirect examination. I want to hear her put two and two together.
Good morning.
She seems thrilled to be back.
Questions for you. In regard to the interview or the conversation that you had with Trooper Proctor, were there any other troopers present during the course of that conversation?
Yes.
Recall who that trooper was?
Oh, gosh.
I can't recall his name. No.
Did it start with a B?
Now, if I could turn your attention back to January 29th in the early morning when you were leaving the house on Fairview. You indicated that you saw a dark object in an area of the front lawn. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you had been to the house at 34 Fairview on several different occasions.
I'm going to have to gain this up just a little
Yes.
bit.
Ever been over in that area of that front lawn? Was that an area that was used, that you observed by the homeowners? Or
Y'all, I'm
anyone there?
torn
Not really.
because
No.
And what, if anything, do you recall about the lighting in that?
the breathing is loud.
But
But
I mean, it was
Lolly is
dark out,
quiet.
but with the snow, it was kind of, you could see a little bit of a glare.
So it's a
Any
conundrum.
sort of street lights or anything like that in that area?
I can't recall. No.
Well, is that a no or is that a you can't recall?
Now, you see this object.
She also doesn't know
described
she's
as
right on the
approximately
mic.
5 to 6 feet long, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Object 5 or 6
And,
feet long.
In the area of the flagpole, is that correct?
Yes.
This is all leading.
And at the time that you saw it, were you expecting or anticipating something over in that area of the yard?
No.
And when you were driving past it, is that the first time that you saw it?
Yes.
Now, if you had realized or had recognized that dark object 5 to 6 feet long in that area near the flagpole, had you realized that was a body, what would you have done?
I'll allow it.
It
I
calls
would
for
have,
speculation.
called 911 if I thought it was an actual body, and told everybody else in the car as well.
An actual body as opposed
Your
to.
testimony again
bush?
was that you put sort of 2 and 2 together the following day, correct?
Yes.
That's helpful follow up.
I have nothing further.
No, no, no. No, no, no. You put 2 and 2 together the next day, and then you did what?
So if you realized it was a body, you would have called 911, correct?
Yes.
So when you put 2 and
that's
2 together,
because you would have realized that was very important information.
we're on
correct?
recross.
I'll allow it. I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
If you realized it was a body, you would have realized that was very important information, correct?
Yes.
And your testimony today is that you realized it was a body the very next day,
What
correct?
did you do?
The next day after I had a conversation, yes.
And then what did
You
you do?
didn't call 911 at that point, correct?
I did not know.
You called the police business line.
I did not know.
Did you speak to any police?
No.
Right.
Right,
And you would agree with me, Ms. Nagel,
right.
that object became 5 to 6 feet long yesterday for the first time.
I think that's objectionable as phrased.
Not
Ask
necessarily.
ask the question differently, Ms. Tianetti.
The first time you've mentioned to anybody that that object was 5 to 6 feet long
That's the question.
was yesterday to this jury 2.5 years after you supposedly saw it, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Nagel, you are all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was a full my cousin Vinny moment. Could you hear in his voice, I'm through with this witness. Like, I'm done
Next
with this witness.
witness, please,
I've got
Mr.
no more
Alley.
use
Yes,
for
Your Honor.
this
Call
witness.
Ms. Terry Kuhn to the stand.
Who? I've got no more use for
While
her.
she's coming in, can I see counsel just about this witness for a second, please?
So that's just exactly the question I'm surprised Lolly didn't ask. So if you had realized that that was a person, that that was a human body, you would have called the police. So the next day, when you realized it was a person, you did what? Nothing? Oh. So that's all, the tone of the that's all was,
Next witness testifies. I just want to tell you that sometimes we call witnesses out of order. Sometimes
Oh.
witnesses have to be called in a certain time frame because of their schedules or some other instance. And the lawyers were kind enough to work this out among themselves. So we appreciate it. All right.
Step right up here. Just watch your step on. Remain standing and face forward.
You solemnly swear the evidence to give the court and jury in the case now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to find out who this witness is together. I would imagine it's an expert,
All right.
given the out of
Mr. Lally,
order.
whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
This is witness 32.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Terry Kuhn. It's Terikun.
And Ms. Kuhn, what is it?
What do you do?
What do you do for work?
I work for UC Davis at the Veterinary Genetics Lab in the Forensics Unit.
Forensic veterinary
What is your
genetics.
job title there?
My job title is Forensic Scientist, DNA Technical Lead. My UC classification is SRA-4.
And that UC classification as far as SRA-4, what does that mean?
Oh, Staff Research Associate.
And how long have you worked there?
Interesting.
Almost 25 years now.
We love UC Davis.
And if I could, I'd like to talk a little bit about your educational background, starting with undergraduate. Where did you go and what, if any, degree did you receive?
So I went to Sacramento State, or California State University,
Sac
Sacramento.
State.
I received a minor in chemistry and a biological science degree in molecular biology.
I actually am interested in your background,
Following,
training, and experience.
receiving those degrees, where did you go educationally?
I went to UC Davis and I
I was gonna say
received a
probably
Master
UC
of
Davis.
Science degree in forensic science DNA.
And was
UC
that
Davis is a
prior to
huge
you,
veterinary school.
joining the lab there, or what, if any, relation?
Big
to that?
agricultural school.
I actually started my job at the lab after my undergraduate degree in 1999, and I started my postgraduate degree, I believe, in 2009 and finished in 2011. So I was actually already working at the lab at that time.
Now, with regard to the forensic program at UC Davis, what, if any, role did you have in sort of the creation of that lab?
I was actually one of the people who helped establish our forensics program in our lab, and I currently help with all the training, and any future forensic scientists that we employ, I do their training as well.
Now, have you been invited to speak at any sort of conferences or things of that nature in regard to your work in forensic science?
Yes, I've spoken at the California Association of Criminalists, the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the Northwestern Forensic Sciences, and rural livestock in the Western states.
Have you been published in this?
Moved
particular area?
my.
Yes, I've published 7 times, most of them in Forensic Science International Genetics.
And when it comes to those publications, are you familiar with a process called peer review?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that process entails and how that implicates things that are public?
So anytime we go to publish, we put out an article
review.
to whatever publication we would like to, and it goes through a peer review process, which that article is sent out to peers in our industry, and they review our work to see that it is solid.
You guys
And
have
if they
lots
approve
of
it, then
connections
the article does get published.
to UC Davis in the chat. It's good
Now,
to
over
see.
the course of your years with the lab at UC Davis, how many forensic samples of DNA have you tested?
Oh, in the thousands.
Thousands of
If
samples.
you could describe to the jury
Thousands.
the type of work that your lab performs.
So we have 2 sides of our lab. We have a service side, which provides diagnostic testing, parent verification testing, and then we have our forensic side. We do animal parent verification as well. We also do match comparison, which we compare samples to see if they're coming from the same source, and we do species identification.
Now, what kind of cases do you typically see, like in the lab?
We can do anything from homicides to helping people see if remains are their lost pet to provide closure for them.
Interesting.
And what are the sort of different types of agencies that you've done work for over the years of your work with the lab?
We've worked for police agencies, humane agencies, animal control agencies, and even private individuals, anybody who believes they can use our services.
And
Okay.
The lab that you work for at UC Davis, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
He
It's
hasn't asked
accredited-
her
Oh,
what if
sorry.
any DNA she tests yet.
Answer my next question. As far as the lab accreditation, can you explain to the jury sort of what that process
Yeah,
is?
just let her
What's
go.
involved in accreditation?
So our lab is accredited
Hey,
by
Dr.
a group called
Thank you.
ANAB, and that's the American National Standards Institute. national accreditation. They accredit labs to ensure that the policies and the procedures that we're following, they set a standard for those, and they come and check our standards. Are we meeting those standards? And it's also the same standards that most crime labs are associated with.
Now, in reference to that, labs that do DNA testing specifically and only in regard to humans, the accreditation that your lab has versus the accreditation that those types of labs have, what, if any, difference is there between them?
There's no difference. The accreditation is the same.
Dr. B has brought sustenance.
Now, if you could explain to the jury, what exactly is DNA?
So DNA
Oh,
is
gosh.
the blueprint of your life. It's what makes your eye color what it is. It makes your hair color, how tall you're going to be. And you get one half of that from your.
Ma'am, false. Garland makes my hair color. And he is brilliant. He is also made up of DNA, but he is brilliant. I'm just saying, it does not make my hair color. Let us not assume.
Mom and one half from your dad.
And where is DNA found?
So DNA is found in most cells. It's in the nucleus of the cell. You get one copy of DNA per cell. There's also another kind of DNA called mitochondrial DNA.
Oh, the
And
mitochondria,
in a
the powerhouse
cell,
of the cell.
that is found in the plasma of a cell, and there'll be thousands of copies of mitochondrial.
And if you could explain sort of the difference between mitochondrial DNA versus what would you classify the other type of DNA?
So nuclear DNA is, again, that individual type of DNA. It's the DNA where we could say that that's you or that's a particular animal, and it would be a statistic of, 1 in 3,000 or 1 in 350 million type thing. Mitochondrial DNA actually runs along the maternal line. So if, you're a mom and you have a couple kids and a grandma there, they would all share the same maternal type.
And how is DNA used in forensic science?
For what we do in forensic science for animal DNA, we use it for parent verification. We use it for determining if two samples come from the same source, and we use it for species identification.
And is DNA testing just generally accepted in the scientific community?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain?
Is
to the jury
DNA
sort of
accepted within the science?
printing,
Does science accept that
process?
DNA
How
exists?
does that work? What is it sort of specifically that?
So the main steps are when we get a sample, we need to lyse open those cells. That DNA is in the center of the cell. Those mitochondria are there, but they're protected by a cell wall. So our first step is to lyse that cell wall and release the DNA. Once that is done, we want to see how much DNA that we have. And so we have something called qPCR, or quantitative PCR, that allows us to tell how much of that nuclear DNA is in a sample. From there, we would go to a DNA typing.
I stopped after release the DNA.
As you can imagine, if you only have one copy of DNA in a cell, it would take a lot of cells to be able to visualize that DNA. So we have to go through a process of making multiple copies. We use something called pointers. It tells us what parts of the DNA that we're looking for. That can vary from species to species or from test to test of what we're trying
Riley,
to do.
thank you for sharing that.
And we amplify that in a process called PCR. And that can be kind of, you could think of it like a photocopier. Every time it goes through a cycle, it makes a copy. So if we start off with one copy, we get 2. From 2, we get 4. 4, we get 8. And by the end of this cycling, we have millions of copies that actually allow us to be able to visualize that DNA.
Ma'am, can you tell?
And then the last step is actually visualizing it.
Not the McCabes.
The
Can you
DNA
tell
actually has to run through a matrix. It's kind of like a
owners
sponge
that
with all the
Chloe is
little holes.
not
Small
in it?
pieces of DNA go out first, and we can see those
We
first,
just
and the
circle
larger
back to
pieces
that?
of DNA come out last. So it's allowing us to both see the DNA, and it separates it by size.
And did you do?
It's going to be that kind of day. It's like
forensic
the Alberts.
testing,
Yes.
with regard to samples that were submitted to your lab?
I'm in too deep.
Yes,
it's
I
going
did.
to be a long day.
As far as those steps that you just described, are those the steps that you followed in regard to this case?
Yes, they were.
And do you have sort of standard procedures for what you do?
I just want to know what she tested.
Yes, we
and how
have
the
standard
sample was
procedures or SOPs that we
collected.
follow for all of our work that we do.
And so fair to say in this case, you followed those same sort of standard procedures and protocols?
Yes, I did.
Now, what, if any, efforts are taken in your lab to preserve the evidence or prevent contamination?
So what we do to preserve
Yes, Richard.
evidence, prevent contamination, One of the things we use is a bleach product. So anytime we're using a surface, be it for sample collection, doing PCR, doing the extraction, we're wiping down everything with this bleach product, doing our work.
Is that so it's not cross-contaminated with anything? Do you think the red Solo cups were wiped down? Just asking.
And then wiping it down again. Samples are stored according to what we have. So dry evidence is stored in a locked cabinet. Wet evidence such as blood is stored in a fridge. Tissue is stored in a locked freezer. The fridge is also locked as well. So they're also kept in their original packaging, and they're sealed, and they're only unsealed and used when they're being actually manipulated for sample collection.
Look, procedures. I bet they're also like taped and signed.
What samples did you receive in this case?
In this case, we received 2 swabs.
And
Who collected the swabs?
May I have just a moment?
Yes.
Because we don't have the foundation for the swabs yet. I wonder if it's stipulated. I imagine it would have to be to call this witness out of order, because we don't have anything about what was swabbed, who swabbed it, how they got it out of evidence, who sent it to this witness. So. This look like all the lab photos. Good morning, Sarah, from my old hometown, which actually is a bit smaller than the town of Canton. Oh, look, there's evidence tape on I can see the evidence tape. But who collected the swabs?
Okay.
In just in general terms, you recognize what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
Yes, this is the evidence that we received.
And those photographs that you would have taken as you were unpackaging the samples in this case?
Yes, and they contain a sticker on there that has our case number, the date we received it, and my initials.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll welcome to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay. Thank you.
Chad, I see a lot of questions about what this witness may or may not have done. I have no idea. Just as a reminder for some of you that may be new finding this today, we're watching this case as the jury. So I don't have any more information than they do at this point. Just a lot of questions. I don't know who collected swabs. I don't know what they collected swabs of. I just don't know. So we'll see what happens. They're marking those into evidence. I'm going to zoom as the court reporter, who is the busiest human in this courtroom,
May I return these to the witness and with
is marking items into evidence.
Yes.
Ms. Kuhn, now placing before you what I placed before you has now been marked as Exhibit 7480. With regard to the first exhibit that you have before you, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as Exhibit 74?
Did they
Yes,
bring
it
in a
is.
live witness? Sorry,
So this is the
dog
evidence that
barking.
we received. The little sticker on the bottom is the one that we applied at our lab. It includes the case number, the date, and my initials. And
the State
we do
Police
this
Crime
to
Lab.
ensure that we can show that this is how the evidence arrived. It arrived in a sealed and packaged manner.
And the following exhibit number 75, that's essentially another photograph of the same packaging. Is that correct?
So it's the same packaging, but it's the back of the packaging, because in
Do you
this
see
instance,
the
that actually shows where the evidence was sealed as
initials
well,
and the date?
the date as well.
9/6/23.
And who, if anyone, or what entity did you receive this package from?
Can I look at my notes? I don't recall the exact entity.
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
So, the initials are on the tape, across the tape, and then so is the date. But the date the evidence was sealed was September 6, 2023. So it would have been
So the client in this case was the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
Man, we got it.
Adam Lilly.
And so, but as far as these samples,
Did you just say Adam Lilly? Hold on, I'm just going back. If she called Lally Lilly, it's just gonna. We're looking for giggles on day 12. Did this come from the DA's office?
So the client in this case was the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
Weird.
Adam Lilly.
and so, but as far as these samples from whom you received, was that the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
They were the people I was in contact with about sending them. We consider the client is the one who submitted the sample on our submission form.
But the person who physically sent the sample from one lab to the other was the MSPCL, is that correct?
Let me look at their form here. There was.
It's interesting that the DA's office.
Sorry, there was a form that came with it as well.
Sent all of this.
Let me find it. So yes, the
PJ, of
Commonwealth
course.
of Massachusetts Department of State Police Forensic Services Division Crime Lab was the one who submitted the samples to our lab.
And are you familiar with, or did you have any conversations with a forensic scientist at the State Police Lab in Massachusetts named Maureen Hartnett?
Yes, I did.
Is that someone that you had worked with on prior cases in the past?
Yes, I have.
Now, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, number 7. And again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have for you?
Yes.
And if you could just describe to the jury what we're looking at in this photograph.
So that brown packaging you saw before, this was actually what was inside of that brown packaging.
And,
Chantel, we're going to come back to that.
Exhibit.
And this is that same item that was inside, but the back side of the packaging.
Look at all those signatures and dates. The way it
And
should
that
be.
shows the 2 swabs that were contained inside that packaging. And that was the first swab that we selected for testing.
What's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you received and sort of how you delineated those items as far as labeling them by your case number?
Yes, it was.
And for the case number, as far as the FCD and the number, sort of how was that determined, or what does that mean?
So FC always refers to forensic case. In this case, D is for dog because they were asking for dog DNA testing. If it was
There
C,
it
it would be
is.
for cattle. F would be for feline, but the FC is always the beginning part. The third letter always kind of denotes what species we're looking for.
Submitted for dog
To
DNA.
receiving those particular items, are you also given any sort of identifier as far as from the outside lab or the external vendor, as far as what label they have for the sample, or where the sample came from, is from the outside lab?
We did receive a piece of paper that with the submission saying it was taken from a shirt.
And do you recall specifically
Who
what the
swabbed
item
the
number
shirt?
was, or where it was swabbed on that shirt?
No, do you remember
Oh.
that?
There was
I do
an
not
eyebrow
know.
raised
It
at that
would be on
objection.
that piece of paper, I believe.
Would that also be delineated somewhere within your report and your findings?
The case number would be in our findings.
And I'm sorry, not specifically in your findings, but within the context of your report with that.
In the report, the case number that they gave us is listed in the report.
And chat, no, he has not tendered her as an expert yet.
Do you have your report with you, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to refer to a report to that.
I imagine at some point
Yes.
he's going to have to,
Okay.
or the defense is
Yes.
going to object before there is a I'm knocking things over before she can offer any opinion. But
And I'm sorry, what is that?
Did you want the case number there?
The case number and the item number.
he doesn't know
So
what
the
he
case
wants.
number was listed as MSCLP number 22-02184, item 7-18.16.
Now, Ms. Kuhn, with reference to these samples, did the samples arrive as you expected as far as their packaging and things of that nature?
Yes, everything was arrived sealed, and as you saw, that was documented in our with our photos, and it's also documented in my notes.
Did you test all of the samples that were submitted now?
Yes, we did.
And what is it that you were asked to test?
We were asked to determine species via canine qPCR. qPCR is that quantitative PCR that tells us how much DNA is in a sample, and it is specific for canine, because the next goal they asked is if we could develop a DNA profile to possibly use for a comparison with a reference sample to be submitted later.
Did you ever
If
get
we
a reference
weren't able
sample?
to see anything with canine DNA there, we were asked to do our species tests called Meat ID.
Did you get a reference sample though?
With reference to the sort of nuclear DNA testing that you did, what were the results of that initial testing?
For the canine qPCR testing, we did not see any canine DNA.
Huh.
And when you say, just if you could explain to the jury or expound upon that as far as what are you looking at and what are you seeing or not seeing that leads you to that?
So the canine DNA we're looking for in that is that nuclear DNA, that DNA that's used for an individual, because the idea was if we see canine DNA in the quantitative qPCR, then we know we have canine DNA on that swab, and we can try and use that to develop the DNA profile for a later comparison.
Where did they swab it from the shirt and when? And what shirt? Because we still haven't seen a shirt.
Per the questions that you were asked or what you were asked to test, upon not finding any canine DNA from the PCR testing or the qPCR testing, what, if any, steps have you taken after further testing was done?
The next test we performed was our Meat ID test. It's a general species test, a test for 12 species altogether. They would include dog, cat, bison, cattle, horse, sheep, goat, mouse, rat,
Sheep go to heaven.
pig, and rabbit. I'm pretty sure I got them all, but I can't guarantee.
Like where they swabbed the shirt is not on her, right? But why they didn't do this till 2023, and again, for those of you asking about chain of custody, they may have stipulated to allowing her to come out of order, subject to the chain of custody being established. I don't know how much it's going to matter, because what the defense, I imagine, is going to say is, and they swabbed this part of the shirt and because we now don't know when they swabbed the shirt, and they didn't do it till September 2023. So it's just, it is what it is. Thank you all for picking up on my half lyric there. I appreciate it.
Back to sort of the qPCR testing, can you explain to the jury sort of what is it, what type of instruments are you using, and what exactly goes into that process?
Also, I imagine they did not swab the wounds.
We're taking the
Otherwise,
sample
they would have
and we're
tested
using
those.
primers that concentrate, that point to a small piece of DNA for canine, and it's supposed to amplify it. And every time it's amplifying, it's actually releasing a color, fluorescent color that it's measuring. So if there's canine DNA, this fluorescent color keeps popping up, and it gives it a measurement in which it will tell us how much of the canine DNA we have. But in this case, the test did not see any fluorescence for canine DNA. So it was a negative result.
Again, I don't know if
and as far as when you say canine,
if they didn't swab the victim, we don't know.
Or what, if anything else, would be included?
We haven't had the pathologist
in this qPCR
yet.
test, other
We just
canines
don't
will
know.
work, or canids will work, like wolves, coyotes, and we are now doing some further testing on foxes, but we have not concluded those tests.
But I
Now, as far as
don't know.
the
They were not
meat
submitted to
test,
her.
that you're talking about, that sort of second. Can you explain again to the jury sort of what is involved in that, and what are you doing with regard to that?
So the Meat ID test actually targets the mitochondrial DNA, which makes it a little bit better. There's, like I said, there's 1,000 mitochondrial in a cell versus that one nuclear DNA. So it's a lot more there. It's also a circular piece of DNA, so it's a little bit more hardy. It sticks around. And we have regions of the mitochondria that are specific to each of those species that I listed. And if we have, let me see this here. We have pointers that actually will give us two different peaks. If we get two peaks that are both for pig, we have a pig result. If we get 2 peaks for dog, we have a dog result, or the same can go for any of the species that we have. If we only get 1 peak, then we don't quantify that as being a positive result for that species.
And so you would need more than 1 peak in order to make that sort of opinion or qualification as far as species go?
Right. We always have to have the 2 peaks for the species that we're getting results for.
And so with regard to the meat ID testing that you did with these swabs, these 2 swabs, what, if any, results did you receive, or what, if anything, did you observe upon completion of the test?
So for both the swabs, we did see pig. And we
What?
also actually did a
Ma'am.
little bit of a test where we only concentrated on the dog portion
That's
of the
gonna be
meat
a meme.
ID. You can think of it as when we have all 12 species there, there's a lot of competition going on. By just concentrating on the dog meat ID, it eliminates all the competition. It gives us a better chance of getting a result if there is canine DNA there, and that result was negative. So the only result we got for both those swabs was for the pig.
Was somebody eating bacon?
And so again, just to be clear, as far as
Would that swab?
canine
like-
was concerned, there was not even 1 peak from what you.
There was absolutely no canine DNA.
Now, as far as the pig is concerned, what, if anything, could that be from?
I don't know where that could come from. That would be speculation on my part.
I mean,
it's a sensitive test, I can tell you. So yeah, it would depend on where that shirt had been and what the person had been doing with it.
I don't think he was wrestling boars.
As far as a source, could that be from beyond just an animal? Could it be from some other source, such as food or something like that?
Yes, it could be from food. We have tested the meat ID test. In fact, that's what it was developed for, was for testing food products. And so we've seen it come from cooked pork, cooked bacon, in terms of pig. I do remember those were tested specifically.
Right. So, food. But the internet is going to be like, well, this shows that he was attacked by Brian Albert.
Normally, I have just 1 moment.
Sure.
I just can't. I just can't.
So, Ms. Kuhn, just last.
Now I feel like I need to know even more
Testing in
what
regard to both
appetizers
the
everybody
meat
had.
ID testing, there was absolutely no canine DNA that you observed on the 2 samples that were submitted to you from the State Police Lab, Massachusetts.
He's
That's
done
correct.
asking
We
questions.
observed no canine DNA.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
The pig DNA is not what we were expecting. I'm sure someone ate bacon, but oh my God.
Good morning, Ms. Kuhn.
Hi.
Just to finish that thought, and start off, there was no canine DNA detected in your testing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so when you say there was no canine DNA, that's a little bit of an overstatement, correct?
There was no canine DNA in the swabs that we tested.
Exactly. Okay, perfect. So the Massachusetts State Police did not send you any actual items of clothing or cuttings or source material, did they?
No, they did not.
As a matter of fact, the only thing to be tested were the swabs that you.
Because normally the lab wants to do their own swabs.
Yes.
You'd agree that your analysis of those swabs is only as good as the starting material with which you have to work, correct?
That would be correct. I only have the swabs to test. That's the only thing I can talk about.
Aren't
So
source
the
materials
integrity of any
preferable?
DNA testing has to start foundationally with the proper recovery techniques
Right.
for what's being tested, what goes on the swab.
I have no idea how the agency collected the swabs.
Smart.
So you're left, I guess the next question would be, you're left to assume that proper techniques were used
Just
to
make this
swab the
witness
source material.
his witness.
Yes.
And he's,
for a forensic science.
when I say he's making this witness his witness, he's going to use this witness who is, qualified in her field to say, right, but if they screwed it up before it got to you, your results are subject to whatever they did before that, because they didn't submit the source materials. She probably would have had a way to swab them, and he's going to go through all that with her and then use that testimony to show whoever took these swabs didn't do that, I would imagine.
That assumption may not always be valid.
Well, in cases cases can vary for us. Sometimes we get the actual source material. Sometimes we do get the swabs. It's dependent upon the agency sending it in.
But you didn't get that
It depends
here.
on their policies and procedures, which I cannot dictate.
Right. So
It depends on the agency.
If the swab is not collected properly, or the source material is not swabbed properly,
Garbage in, garbage out.
then you're left with sort of a garbage in, garbage out analysis, right?
Alan!
But I wasn't there to see the swabs being collected, so I have no idea. I couldn't comment on that.
So that answers my next question. You were not present when the swabs were taken, correct?
No,
You couldn't oversee the collection of those swabs.
no,
You didn't take the swabs yourself.
no,
And you never did receive any of the source material from which those swabs were taken.
no, only the 2 swabs.
You do understand very clearly from your testimony and the UC Davis, University
He's
of
not
California
listening to me,
Davis
chat.
lab,
We're just at that point on
and
the same
impressive
train of
work
thought.
that y'all do. You do understand proper protocols for evidence collection, correct?
Right, when we do collection at our lab.
Right.
For one thing, you keep proper logs, correct?
Correct.
Do you put them in
Matter of
solo
fact,
cups?
In your report, there's a log,
Solo cups.
a couple of pages of logs that literally detail down to the minute when somebody touched those swabs, correct?
Correct.
That's because it's important to maintain those types of logs to avoid contamination on the one hand, right?
I don't know if keeping the logs maintained prevents contamination.
That's a fair correction. The logs would give you an idea of who touched something when, and if there was some contamination, you might be able to work backward to figure out how that contamination occurred.
Correct.
That's why the logs are in place, correct?
It's to be able to see step by step where everything was going.
It maintains a very, very specific chain of custody.
What are the
Correct.
chances
So
that there are
everybody that
logs in this
touches those
case?
swabs or that item, it's going into an evidence locker or coming out of an evidence locker or being tested. That's highly, highly regulated, and it's marked on a log.
It's documented in my case notes and it's documented on our internal chain of custody.
So there's literally multiple documents that that memorialize the movement of that evidence, right?
As it goes through our lab, yes.
Right. And your lab, that those
Right.
criteria include the time that something was touched,
Yes.
the place where it was touched,
We don't document the place.
meaning it was
But if you were
taken out of
swabbing
this
it, you would.
particular locker and put on this
Oh, yes.
the person that manipulated those items or that item?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked about the processes that your lab undertakes to avoid or reduce contamination.
Correct.
You were asked that by Mr. Lally on direct examination. You recall that?
Yes.
You went through what your lab and the accreditation process, the protocols that you employ to make sure that contamination is reduced, hopefully to a minimum.
Yes.
But you don't know what any other lab might employ
Right.
in terms of their reduction of contamination processes.
No, I don't know those.
And you specifically don't know what the Massachusetts Crime Lab did or didn't do with this subject material.
Yeah, we
before
don't have
you
those
got the
witnesses
swabs.
yet.
Correct.
You don't know if they took any steps, as a matter of fact, to reduce contamination of the source material before the swabs were taken.
I don't know anything about how they took those swabs.
And that's the
You
point
agree that,
of
for
the
instance,
cross-examination.
if the source material had been tossed on the bottom of an ambulance floor, that could encourage contamination of that source material.
Objection.
Can
Why?
you answer that question?
Why is that an objection?
I don't know because we haven't tested that sort of thing.
Well,
It's an interesting question. I do agree, but we have not done any validation, which would be able to prove that sort of thing.
well, I guess what I'm asking is,
He's
that
trying to ask more
if the
theoretical,
item
but it's
is
argument.
supposed to be not contaminated, right? It's supposed to be relatively pristine, and it drops on the floor. That might encourage contamination of that particular item that's supposed to be left as pristine as
I think he
possible,
needs to
right?
ask how easy is it for
Again, I don't
cross-contamination
know
to occur.
the history
if
of
she
the
knows.
item, so I couldn't speak to it.
All right, so I think you have to move along from that.
He could
If, in
ask her
fact,
how easy.
the source material was not packaged properly, could that encourage contamination?
But I didn't see how the items were packaged.
I'm not asking that, Ms. Gill. I'm asking you hypothetically, if an item, a source item that's going to be tested, is not packaged and handled properly, that could encourage contamination, correct?
I have not seen that. What I have seen when something's been packaged incorrectly is I've seen the induction of mold growth, which has prevented bacteria, which causes bacteria, which eats away at DNA. So it doesn't give me contamination, but it does mean that I don't see
It degrades the
DNA.
sample.
There
Interesting.
might be, if something is handled inappropriately, for instance, if something is handled sloppily before it's tested, it might reduce the validity of the ultimate test that's undertaken.
She
correct?
said they don't test
I'm going to sustain that.
There are certain proper swabbing techniques involved in the preparation of a swab, correct?
Yes,
That includes wearing gloves, using clean tools, correct?
correct,
It includes proper documentation of the swabbing.
correct.
The documentation might include the location or the description of exactly where the item was swabbed. Is that right?
Correct.
That would be helpful in your analysis to know exactly where something was swabbed.
No,
What about any visible
That's not
markings,
helpful?
to show where swabbing was taken?
I want to know where this is swabbed.
it varies from lab to lab what we get. I unfortunately can't dictate what.
Wouldn't it be real interesting to know where they swabbed the shirt? Did they swab it on the front of the shirt? Did they swab it on the arm of the shirt? Did they swab it on the back of the shirt? Did they swab it on the hem of the shirt? Like, who swabbed the shirt? And where did they swab it? Which is why having witnesses out of order is so confusing, because we don't know. They did this really well in Murdaugh. It was kind of tedious at times, because it is, but where they brought in the person who swabbed the thing, the person who tested the thing, they brought in all of that. And we went like, how they swabbed the shirt, witness after witness. We just don't know yet.
Every other lab does. They all have their own policies and procedures, and we work with labs across the
think they
United
do?
States and the world.
Well, the
If you're
labs have
swabbing
to.
something in your lab, which is an accredited
The labs
lab,
have to have
would
policies
you
and procedures.
encourage marking exactly where something was swabbed so it could later be documented?
When I swab things in my lab, I actually circle on the item. There's a note with the case number, my
Right.
initials, the date, and also a ruler present in the photo.
So if we have to go
Right.
back in your circumstance that you just described, if we have to go back and try to replicate exactly where that swab was taken,
You
we
know.
can do that.
Yes,
And you think that's obviously an important protocol.
that's the protocol in our lab.
So the swabs that are used are sterile swabs, obviously.
Yes.
In fact,
She's like, is this a
isn't it true
trick?
that crime labs discourage, for purposes of DNA swabbing, discourage the use of swabs with wooden sticks because they can encourage contamination, as opposed to
Ohio Pom Mom said, how do we know he had the shirt on? We don't know what shirt was swabbed. We know a shirt was swabbed. We don't know what shirt was swabbed because this witness is coming in out of order. And so it's hard
plastic sticks.
to know.
I have not heard that.
The swab is supposed to be moistened, right?
I do suggest that people moisten with water in order to make a better transfer.
And that needs to be distilled water, sterile water. Right?
Sterile water.
And you swab over an area of interest, and then generally you would photograph the area that's being swabbed, correct?
I do.
You would want to air dry that swab completely
Yes.
before you package it. Is that right?
When
have
I do my
mold.
collection, I don't need to air dry my swabs because their next step is actually the extraction process. So I'm not doing collection and then pausing. I'm doing collection and starting my extraction.
He never asked her how many times she's
As
testified
a matter of
before.
fact, when you're collecting biomaterial, tissue samples, for instance, blood, and other biomaterials, you would not want to package those in plastic because that would encourage some sort of mold growth.
Mold and bacteria, yes,
So it's discouraged to put any blood, for instance, in plastic containers.
The red Solo cups.
correct.
It's discouraged to put blood in plastic because it encourages mold growth. Correct. So he is using this witness to show how bad other things were done that she knows nothing about at all. He's just asking her about lab policies, lab procedures, and the rest of it because her testimony's her testimony about what the swab said. He's attacking who swabbed. He's attacking the way that the evidence was collected. And I think doing a good job at it without knowing where the shirt was swabbed, it's not really helpful to us at this point.
You certainly wouldn't put blood material that you're working with in non-sterile containers, would you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
Would you put biological material in non-sterile containers?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
We don't have, everything that we use is sterile. All of our tubes that we would use, or once we do a collection, we put it in a tube for the extraction process.
Okay, why
Those
is it
tubes are
sterile?
autoclaved and they don't have contamination. They are sterile.
Why?
You would use a solo cup.
I'm sorry, what?
Objection, Your Honor.
Solo cup.
The objection sustained.
That was the point. I'm sorry, what? Her reaction was just so earnest. It was just such an honest reaction. I'm gonna let that, we're gonna play that back again.
You certainly wouldn't put blood material that you're working with in non-sterile containers, would you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Would you put biological material in non-sterile containers?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
We don't have, everything that we use is sterile. All of our tubes that we would use, or once we do a collection, we put it in a tube for the extraction process. Those tubes are autoclaved and they don't have contamination. They are sterile.
You would use a solo cup.
I'm sorry, what?
Objection, Your Honor.
Solo cup.
The objection sustained.
The answer stands. The answer
maintain a
is
strict chain of custody over that item.
I'm sorry,
to
what?
ensure the integrity and the admissibility of that DNA evidence.
I did, yes.
And I think we've covered this. You may have answered this already, that your personal protocol is that you actually photograph where everything is being swabbed from, correct?
Correct.
the I'm sorry, what
If there was
stands
DNA present
for itself.
on a source item, and it wasn't sampled properly or swabbed properly in the right spot, then that DNA would likely not be detected, correct?
I don't know why, I don't know the circumstances or why you would swab things, in a specific spot. I know in my lab how we do things.
What I'm asking is, if you have a source material and there's DNA over here and it's swabbed over here, you wouldn't expect this swab to detect that DNA.
That's correct.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
I'll let it stand. I'll let him have it.
What information were you provided about these two particular samples?
I wasn't really provided any information. I had to work with the person from the crime lab asking about what they wanted to test and try and narrow down the testing in terms of species, simply because it helps us make sure that we're directing the testing in the correct way for the answer that they're, or for the question that they're answering. So knowing the species in this case was important. It also made it so that we made sure that the testing was affordable as possible.
Understood. Would it be important for you to understand the
That makes
condition
sense.
of the material that was being swabbed as you engage your analysis?
I'm not,
Condition meaning, was it clean? Was it dirty? Did it have blood on it? Did it not have blood on it? Things of that nature.
no, since we don't get to choose how evidence is given to us, nice and clean with nice and clean DNA would be perfect, but that's not our perfect world we get samples from. So
Hardly ever happens, does it?
no, it hardly ever happens.
It would be important, however,
should,
to
though.
know whether or not there were obvious inhibitors on the source item when it was swabbed.
Knowing that there's dirt would be helpful, or possibly blood, because those can inhibit, but not necessarily. We don't necessarily have to know that ahead of time.
Were you told in this instance that the swabs were taken from a garment that had blood on it?
No,
Is blood an inhibitor?
it can be. Yes,
Is garment dye an inhibitor?
yes,
Were you told that there was blood on a dyed garment when you received the swabs?
no.
Your report indicates that the swabs that you did test, these two swabs, quote, did not indicate the presence of canine nuclear DNA but did indicate the presence of inhibitors, end quote, correct?
That was in our qPCR.
Right. You explained that,
What does that
this
mean?
result is obtained when either, number one, the canine nuclear DNA is degraded. Is that right?
Correct.
Number two, it's, quote, obscured by inhibition, end quote.
Quote.
Or number three, there is no canine nuclear DNA present, correct?
Correct.
So in your report, you indicated that there are 3 reasons that you list for the possibility of not finding or not detecting the canine nuclear DNA in that sample.
Correct.
All right.
So
2
there's
of those 3 reasons allow for the idea that the DNA is actually present, but it's either
But could be
obscured
degraded
by
or
inhibitors,
obscured.
or it's so degraded that it can't be detected.
The nuclear DNA.
Right. But it still could exist.
It could, yes.
It's just not, you can't see it if it's obscured, and you can't see it if it's degraded.
Correct.
Explain how an inhibitor works in your testing.
Excuse me. An inhibitor just actually stops the PCR process from happening. And so therefore you would see no result.
So did you find inhibitors in this sample?
In the nuclear DNA testing, yes.
And was that the
And what
qualitative
were they?
polymerase chain reaction test, the qPCR test?
Yes.
And in fact, an inhibitor is pretty much any chemical that's literally going to inhibit the enzyme from helping make the copies.
Correct.
Certain dyes inhibit,
Yes.
and certainly blood inhibits.
Heme from blood, yes.
hemoglobin.
And because of that, at least in that sample, the nuclear DNA sample, you're not saying that there was no canine DNA there. You're saying that the testing did not detect it.
In the qPCR nuclear test, correct.
And you've heard, obviously, there's a famous quote in science that the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, right?
Correct.
Can you describe for the jurors what that phrase means?
Objection.
Sustain.
It means just because you don't find something means it's not there.
Objection.
Sustain.
He can ask it another way.
You were able to detect the presence of pig DNA.
Correct.
And I think you said on direct examination that that could come from a number of sources, including food sources, right?
Correct.
Could come from dog treats.
Pardon me? Yes.
Could come from dog treats.
Could come from dog treats.
Dog treats that are pig ears, literally.
Objection.
Allow it.
Among other pig parts.
I believe so.
Or it could be that the shirt that was the source material was contaminated, not properly preserved.
I can't say where that DNA came from.
You're not aware of any feral pig populations in Massachusetts, are you?
I'm not.
Dog saliva would obviously be a good and a rich source of DNA, correct? You agree?
It depends on the context.
Bacon on.
We have cases where, I mean, I can refer to 2
potato
cases that we
skins.
did recently where there was small bites and we were able to get nuclear DNA from those sources.
Because it was probably saliva.
Bites.
Yes.
Right. So saliva contains active, living, growing cells that slough off in the salivating process, right?
Correct.
That's why oftentimes for 23andMe or other companies, they want you to swab the inside of your cheek.
Right.
So wouldn't swabbing a wound
Yes.
be better?
So that's a relatively rich source of DNA, you would agree.
It depends on the amount of contact in the attack.
However, dog claws, the claws, would not be a good source of DNA, would they?
No.
And the reason for that is because the claws are like human fingernails. They're made of keratin.
Correct.
Keratin is dead, hardened cells.
Correct.
And not a good source for DNA.
Not in terms of scratching. We can do something where we pulverize them and we can get DNA from them then.
But you have to have the claw.
Pulverize the claw?
Generally, yes. We have to have the claw material.
I spoke over it a little bit, but
My nails do reflect my DNA.
you're talking about you can possibly get
Glitter.
DNA in a mitochondrial test if you have the claw and pulverize the claw.
Correct.
Possible to find some DNA. But in terms of touch DNA,
We
Very
don't,
difficult to find it from a claw.
I really can't speak about touch DNA because it's not something we've tested or validated in our lab.
So you didn't have any claws that you tested here.
No,
As a matter of fact, you were just testing swabs from a shirt.
correct.
Swabs from a shirt. It's a good cross-examination. Do you notice how
And
much
you've already
longer it is
agreed
than direct?
Keratin is not a good DNA source because it's dead cells, not
Correct.
live cells. Okay. Would you agree that one of the reasons that it's difficult to detect canine DNA, it was difficult to detect canine DNA in this case, is because it was potentially degraded, right?
Objection.
Ask the question differently.
Sure.
Everybody's
In your
starting to cough
report,
in this
you
courtroom.
indicated that there were two obvious possibilities of not detecting the DNA. One was obscuring because of inhibitors, and one was degradation. The DNA would be too degraded.
Again, that was for the nuclear canine DNA.
Understood. So to be clear, in your conclusion,
How long?
you're not saying.
How long until they need a day or two of trial because a juror is sick? Like the courtroom ick is now becoming palpable. This happened in the Paltrow case. This happens at large conventions, but it's growing day by day, the amount of coughing happening. A lot of you are saying all the trees are blooming at once. That's fair. Could be absolutely could be allergies and seasonal stuff in Massachusetts, but every day it seems to be increasing.
You're not testifying today that there was no dog DNA on that source shirt that was swabbed. You're saying that the two swabs that you got did not detect the DNA, correct?
In our meat ID test, we also have a test for an inhibitor. It's also called an IPC. It's the same initial internal positive control. And that's what did not work in the nuclear testing. It did work, and it worked very well in the test on the meat ID. So there wasn't any inhibition that we were seeing on the meat ID test.
But that's the ID test that you found.
Right, but it also was testing for dog at the same time.
But when you tested for dog for nuclear DNA, that test was either inhibited or so degraded that you couldn't tell.
For the nuclear test, yes.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you, M22, who said massive
Mallory?
allergy season. Hi, pollen here this week. It's so nice to have over 25,000 of you here because then we get everyone who lives in the area saying, no, pollen.
What pertains to the nuclear DNA testing was either inhibited, degraded, or it wasn't there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as samples in your line of work, are you typically going like outside of the lab or going out to like a scene or anything like collecting samples in that regard?
No, everything is sent to us.
So when you're collecting from a sample, it's done in the lab setting, is that correct?
And if we get the item, we're collecting it. But we have times in this case where the samples are sampled at the other crime lab, and then we just get those samples. So it happens both ways.
Now, if you recall, what, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Hartnett or anybody from the Massachusetts State Lab in regard to the swabbing or the collection process?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I gave her our basic swabbing practice. Even though they are a crime lab, I would assume that they would know what they were doing, which would be to swab with a sterile swab, using sterile water, allowing the swab to dry completely, and then packaging in paper and storing at room temperature before sending it to us.
And when you received it in those, 7 photographs before you, was the packaging that you received, was that appropriate? Was that what you expected?
Yes, it was what I expected.
It'll be helpful to know
on direct,
where they swabbed.
DNA testing in the meat ID as being hardier DNA, is that correct?
So yes, the mitochondrial DNA is a hardier DNA. There's a lot more of it when we're testing for nuclear DNA. Like I explained before, there's only one copy of DNA in a cell, which is for the mitochondrial in one cell. There's thousands. So you can have a lot more there. It makes for a better test, at least in terms of species. It's just a more sensitive test.
And there were no inhibitors or anything like that in the mitochondrial, the meat ID testing that you did?
No, the IPC worked very well.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the
Yes. Did you have anything further, Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly.
Okay.
You indicated that you gave Ms. Maureen Hartnett certain protocols to follow in terms of her swabbing and recovery. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you aware that Ms. Hartnett had also failed certain of her proficiency exams?
Objection, Your Honor.
A couple months earlier.
I am going to strike that, and the objection sustained.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
That's going to come up later.
All right, you are all set. Thank you very much. Could I see counsel just briefly, please?
The defense on recross said, are you aware that the person that collected the swabs had failed their proficiency exam? This is not the witness to get into that with. This witness has no personal knowledge of that. It shouldn't have been asked because he likely knows this witness has no knowledge of that. It's going to come up with that witness because at some point you're going to have to call the witness that did the swabs.
All right.
And then we'll get back to garbage in, garbage out, won't we?
All right,
So,
Mr. Lally, your next witness.
I think she probably told Alan to knock it off.
Call Mr. Ryan Nagel to the stand.
Okay.
We're getting to Ryan Nagel, but I imagine that the defendant could see the judge's face up at the bench, and this is why Alan received this reaction coming
All right,
back to the
Mr.
table
Lally, your next witness.
from the defendant.
Yes, Your Honor. Call Mr. Ryan Nagel to the stand.
Because
Okay.
that face is going to be not my thumbnail, but that face is going to be other people's thumbnails. All right,
Mr.
Ryan
Jackson,
Nagel.
Mr. Yannetti, you're prepared to go forward with Ms. Little's absence with Mr. Nagel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is Julie Nagel's brother. Here's what I want to know from Julie Nagel's brother. Your sister texted you at like 12:15, come get me. And he rolled over with Ricky and everybody in Ricky's truck to go pick up his sister at 34 Fairview in the snow at like 12:15. Why didn't she go? And did anyone ever establish why she didn't go? No. Why did she change her mind? We don't know. What did she decide? And then how did she end up going home with Jen McCabe? These questions all remain unanswered. But did he see the SUV that there is timing confusion on with regard to Julie and Brian Albert Jr.? And can we get to that part of the testimony without 9,000 foundational questions about what this man did earlier in the evening? Fingers crossed, chat. Fingers crossed. Just fingers crossed. I don't.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just want to know, like, if you want to go home at 12:15, waiting for a ride at
Whenever you're ready, Mr.
2 a.m.
Lally.
sounds miserable.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sir,
Ryan Nagle.
we like the
Nagel.
suit jacket combo.
And,
At least I
where
do.
you live?
I live in Canton.
This is witness number 33.
30 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
I live with my girlfriend now and her son.
Chat
And
Chat? lives with his girlfriend. Chat lives with his girlfriend. Chat.
prior to that, who, if anyone, did you live with?
My parents, my brother and sister.
And you have two siblings, a brother and a sister?
Correct.
And are you the oldest?
Yes.
And your sister's name is what?
Julie.
Now, and do you work, sir?
Yes,
Yes, I do.
his girlfriend and her son.
I'm a union tin knocker, which is HVAC.
And how long have you been doing that?
Did he say union tin knocker? Is that a colloquial term for HVAC? I've just never heard it before, and I find that delightful. I also didn't know a Johnny was a hospital gown. We've learned so much in this trial.
And do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for?
I'm a union tin knocker, which is HVAC.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 12 years.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall that?
I do.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
I believe it was a weekend.
And at some point,
HVAC is heating,
Yes, I do.
air conditioning.
And where did you go, and who, if anyone, did you go out?
I went to CF McCarthy's to begin the night with two of my friends, well, now my ex-girlfriend and my friend Rick, to meet up with my sister.
Wait, they were all at CF McCarthy's?
Heather, Maxon.
And your friend Ricky, what's his last name?
D'Antano.
And you
I'm just delighted by Ricky D'Antano.
How long have you
Just the name.
Probably about a year, year and a half.
And your friend Ricky, how long have you?
Oh, probably since 6th grade, so pretty long time.
And you went to CF McCarthy's. Is that a establishment you're familiar with?
Yes, sir. It's in the center of town.
Been there plenty of times before?
Yes, sir.
And did you go just sort of the three of you, or did you meet someone else there?
Met my sister there.
And where within the bar did you go?
This must have been early.
I believe at a table.
If Julie was
my
at
acknowledgement, what I remember, yeah.
34 Fairview
Sort of what side
at
of the bar
6.
I was on the, I believe I was on the left side.
Sir, was
near
it
the
a
bathrooms.
high top table?
So if you're walking in on the left side towards the back.
Correct.
And do you recall about what time it was that you got there?
Jeez, I don't know, probably, I don't even really remember, 7, 8 maybe.
And do you recall how it was that you got there? Like, what mode of transport did you take?
Ricky drove.
Julie
And,
said
Ricky drove his own.
she was at 34 Fairview at
Correct,
6.
What kind of vehicle did Ricky have?
I believe it was a 2018 F-150 pickup truck.
Recall the color or anything like that?
Gray, dark gray.
And he picked you up, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And was Miss Maxon with you when he picked you up?
Yes.
Chat.
Now,
Nerds.
as far as CF McCarthy's was concerned, you're at a bar, you were drinking, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Recall what you were drinking?
Probably beer. It's usually what I drink.
Do you have a particular brand or anything?
Coors Light.
He's very interested in the
as
brands
far
of
as
people's
your girlfriend
beers.
at the time, Miss Maxon, do you recall what, if anything, she was drinking?
I would probably say beer as well. I'm probably either Bud Light or Mick Ultra.
And your friend Ricky, was he drinking as well?
Yeah, he had a few.
And if you know about how long were you at CF McCarthy?
Probably a few hours, probably 2, maybe 3 hours.
Now, following that, where did you go?
From there, we went to, so a friend of mine shot me a text and we went to the hillside, which is on the other side of town.
Aren't you glad you didn't go to the waterfall?
Yes, sir.
And when you say it's on the other side of town, about how long is the drive sort of between CF McCarthy's and the hillside?
Probably 10 minutes.
When did your sister leave?
And when you arrive there, how many friends are we talking
Jesus,
about?
we don't care.
It was just one other gentleman.
And fair to say when you get there, you have some more drinks?
Yes, sir.
Did your sister leave?
And if you know, in total, sort of over the course of the evening, as you're going from one place to the other, how many beers did you have?
Probably between
That many.
5 to 8, maybe, give or take. I'm not sure.
And is that a large amount or a normal amount? How would you?
I guess for the weekend it'd probably be like a normal, maybe. I guess.
And you weren't driving that night?
No, sir. No, I was not.
He's like, no, Ricky was driving. I've established that I was not driving.
About how long was it that you were at the hillside?
I would say I was probably there hour-ish, give or take.
And do you know about what time you left?
Probably around midnight.
And when you left from there, where was it that you went?
I went to pick up my sister Julie because she shot me a text asking for a ride.
And so you were at the hillside when you received the text from your sister Julie, correct?
Correct, sir.
And then just went to 34
And,
Fairview.
Did she, what if anything did she indicate as far as where
He just told
was,
you.
where you were going to pick
She said she was at her friend Brian's house.
And is that friend Brian, is that someone that you're familiar with?
No, no, he
Yes,
didn't
sir.
say that.
Who do you know that person?
Just my sister's best friend since they were kids.
And I'm sorry, do you know what his last name is?
Oh, Albert.
And his house, had you been there before?
I've driven by it a few times, yes.
Is that somewhere you would pick your sister up from on prior?
Yes, sir.
And again, as far as when you leave from the hillside and you're going to...
Chad, I think he is talking about 5 to 8 beers over the period of time that he was at CF McCarthy's at 7 p.m. to leaving the hillside at midnight. I don't think he meant that he was drinking that all at the hillside, but the question was a little bit vague, but I don't think he was drinking. I think that was over the entire evening, the way it was asked. Lolly's questions aren't always
Did you know what the address was, or did you
clear.
have to ask your sister for it? Or,
No, I already knew where the house was.
did you know specifically what the address was, or you just knew generally where?
I didn't know the address. I know the street name, but I didn't know the number.
What did you know the street name?
Fairview.
And as you're, so you exit the hillside, get in the truck, and who's in the truck at this point?
Ricky is driving. I'm in the passenger seat, and Heather is in the back seat.
And the back seat, as far as Ricky's truck is concerned, can you describe sort of what that is?
It was like a jump seat. It's a crew cab, so it's got like the suicide doors in the back.
And by suicide doors, you mean they sort of open up in like sort of a triangle? Is that?
Yes, sir.
Now, about how long was it after you received the text from your sister to the time that you sort of jump in the truck and start to go over there?
Probably 40 minutes or so. We kind of took our time. She said she didn't she wasn't saying come now. She just
40
said,
minutes?
When you get a sec, can you come pick me up and bring me home?
And if you know about how long a drive is it from the hillside to there?
5 minutes, 7 minutes, maybe.
And as you're driving along, as far as the address is concerned, is that something that you gave to Ricky as far as the GPS, or were you giving him sort of verbal directions?
Verbal directions.
And do you recall what you sort of said as far as where to go?
Yes, sir.
And what was that, sir?
Like the direction we went, you mean? Like the street?
I think we can move beyond that, Mr. Lally.
What I'm trying to ask, sir, is as you're
From which
approaching
direction
Fairview,
did you approach the
do you
house?
recall which side of Fairview or how you approached Fairview?
I was coming down Cedar Crest, so Fairview would be on my left.
And as you're coming down Cedar Crest with Fairview on your left, what, if anything, else did you observe sort of in front of the truck?
I noticed a car coming up the hill towards us.
And can you describe the other car that you
That's
saw?
why we're here.
It was a black SUV.
And was that a black SUV that you were familiar with or anything like that?
No, no.
I didn't get the end of the question, please.
I'm sorry.
No, that's not you. That's Lolly.
And I know it's difficult, but if you could just wait till I finish the
Yep.
question.
Sorry, sir.
So the stenographer can report.
No, no.
As you were.
No, sir. You don't need to apologize. See, Lolly asks questions, so you know what he's asked. And then there's like a whole bunch of other words that keep happening. So it's tough.
Coming up, you see this black SUV. Did you recognize it as something you had seen before?
No, sir.
And when so you're approaching at the same time, is that correct?
Yeah, just about, yes.
And with regard to Fairview being on the left, what, if anything, had Ricky done with respect to the vehicle to signal the left?
He put his left blinker on.
And that other vehicle that was coming in the opposite direction, what, if anything, did you observe as far as their direction?
They had their right directional on.
And so as a result of
They're
that,
directional.
what, if anything, did Ricky?
He flashed his headlights to let the person go because they were going to beat us, obviously, to the turn. So.
And when they were coming in, so they went first, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Ricky's truck then proceeds behind that black SUV onto Fairview.
Yes, sir.
And as you're coming up to the house, to Brian Albert Jr.'s house, where did that black SUV go?
Probably about kind of right in front of the house, I would say.
You came up to the same house that you were going to? Is that
Correct, sir. Yes.
And
Now he needs to wait.
As far as the vehicles being the black SUV and Ricky's truck, are they facing in the same direction?
Yes, sir.
And which side of the truck that you're in is facing towards the house, Brian's house?
Say that again. Sorry.
Very poorly put question. So with regard to the truck that you're in,
Yes.
is it the driver's side, the passenger side, or something else that's facing the house?
Oh, passenger side. So my side.
So your side and the passenger side facing the house.
Yes, sir.
And where did Ricky stop the truck in relation to the house?
Right in front of the driveway.
And when you stop,
yes for everyone in the chat asking. His sister said that the black SUV was gone before they pulled up. But Brian Albert Jr. and this witness are both saying that they were there at the same time.
In front of the driveway, about how far away from you is the black SUV that you saw?
Probably a car length in front of me, a car length and a half in front of me.
And as you're sitting behind that, what, if anything, was in between the truck, Ricky's truck, and the black SUV in front?
There was nothing, sir.
And
because they were parked right behind the
that you were there in front of the house, did you observe
driveway.
anybody get out of that truck? I mean, get out of the SUV?
No, sir, I did not.
And when you arrived there, what, if any, communication do you have with Julie inside the house in reference to your presence?
I texted her when we were coming down Cedar Crest saying, hey, I'm almost here. You know, get ready to come out.
And about how long was it between the time that Ricky parks in front of the driveway and the time that your sister comes out?
Probably about 2 minutes.
And do you recall seeing her exit from the house?
Yes, I do.
And how did she sort of exit and how did she come up to the truck?
No, not sort of.
Like,
how did she actually
what
exit?
door or?
What door and how did she?
Well, he said
the
sort of.
side door next
so
to
how
the
would
garage.
you know?
And how was it that she?
She said front door.
Lawn, down the driveway. How did she come up?
Guess she crossed through the lawn a little bit, but obviously walked down the driveway because we were at the end of it.
And at this time, when you're in front of the house on Fairview, what was the weather doing at that point?
It just started to snow, sir.
And as far as accumulation on the road or the grass or anything, did you see anything like that?
Very little. Wasn't too much on the ground yet.
And as far as when your sister was walking down from the house to the truck, did you see anything as far as like footprints in the snow or anything like that?
No, I was not really looking for that.
So not anything you noticed?
No, sir.
So she comes to.
He was looking for his
truck.
sister. Like,
how
can
was
we
it that
go?
you spoke to her? Did you roll down the window, open the door? How did that?
I opened the door just because I assumed she was going to jump in the back seat. And she goes, oh, would you guys like to come inside? I looked over at Ricky and he goes, maybe we should call it a night. Because obviously we were out for a long time. So she goes, no, I'm gonna stay a little longer. And so she shut the door and I watched her go in the house and that was it.
And the time that your sister came out and the time that she went back in the house, I don't know, how long a period of time was it?
Maybe 30, 45 seconds tops.
Not
Relatively
minutes.
Short amount of time.
Yeah, it was kind of like an in and out thing.
Y'all
Now,
want to come
as
in?
far as
No?
the
All right, I'm staying.
black
Bye.
SUV in front of you, what, if anything, did you observe about movement of that vehicle at any point?
I noticed that the brake lights, the only reason I noticed is because the brake lights were on and it moved, let's say moved up maybe another car length in front of us from where it was.
And when was that in relation to when you were parked out there waiting for Julie, talking to Julie? When did that occur?
Probably simultaneously when she came out the door.
So moved up a little bit further, about a car and a half?
Further away from us.
Facing in the same direction?
Yes, sir.
And was that the only time that you observed the vehicle move up, or did it move up?
No, that was the only time I saw her move.
Which is consistent with what Brian Albert says.
Part of the brake lights were you looking
Brian Albert Jr.
The only reason I noticed that it was the brake lights and not the regular parking lights because the third light above was on.
And so above, sort of in the center of the back of the vehicle?
Correct, sir. Yes.
Now, as far as any of the other lights or any other part of the vehicle, what, if any, damage did you observe on the vehicle at that time?
I did not observe. It was dark out.
And as far as when the vehicle moved up from one position to the next position, what, if anything, did you observe in the roadway as far as tire marks in the snow or anything like that?
I didn't really observe any other tracks in the snow besides the car in front of us.
So you did observe tire marks from the car in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, but no other tire marks that you saw?
No, sir.
And as far as around the vehicle, at any point in time, did you observe anybody exit the vehicle or be outside of the vehicle or anything like that?
No, sir. No, I did not.
And did you see anybody go from the vehicle to the house?
No, sir.
And did you see any footprints in the snow or anything like that around the vehicle?
No, mainly because obviously it was late at night and I wasn't really looking for any of that.
Now, as far as your sister, when she comes out to the truck outside, how would you describe, did she seem overly intoxicated to you?
Yeah, it seemed like she had a few. Yeah.
Was she slurring her words or stumbling as she was walking?
No, sir.
Yeah, he said overly intoxicated. He's like,
yes, from the time
she'd
that
been
you
drinking.
came down, you came down from Cedar Crest, is that right?
Correct, sir. Yes.
So from the time that you came down from Cedar Crest, the black SUV is in front of your vehicle sort of the entire time, correct?
From like the point I turned onto Cedar Crest, you mean?
Yes.
No, the only time I saw the vehicle was when we probably got up 100 feet from Fairview.
And I'm sorry, it's a poorly put question. What I'm asking is, after you turn from Cedar Crest on to Fairview, that vehicle is in front of you the entire time?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, yes.
And so
The SUV turned first onto Fairview and they pulled behind it.
Yes, sir, I did.
So to make sure she got inside okay?
Yes.
And did you observe her go inside the house?
Waited for his sister to go back in.
And after she
See anybody
gets
else
inside
go in?
the house, what, if anything, did Ricky do with the truck?
He pulled out to go around the SUV in front of us and then to go home.
And as far as pulling out, as far as sort of the distance
Lolly.
between the truck that you're in
No.
and the SUV that's in front of you, did Ricky put it in reverse and then have to like maneuver around, or could he just sort of pull away from the curb?
He just pulled away.
And as he's going by the dark SUV, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to that?
I observed that there was a person inside the car with the interior light on.
And that would be sort of a dome light, is that right?
Correct, sir. Yes.
Could you see where the dome light was, as far as in the left, right, or center of the vehicle?
I was in the center.
And can you describe the person that you saw? Where were they? First of all, where were they in the car?
They're in the driver's seat.
And can you describe what the person looked like?
It was a woman.
And how do you know that it was a woman?
Had long hair.
And do you know what color the hair was?
No, I didn't. I wasn't really paying attention to it. I was kind of just watching Julie go in as we were pulling away.
So your direction was to the house as you were watching Julie go in and Ricky's pulling away sort of simultaneously?
Yes, sir.
So that's why you're looking over in that area of the house?
Correct.
And the woman that you see in the driver's seat of the vehicle, could you see her lips moving as if she was talking or anything like that?
No, I didn't. Wasn't really paying attention to that.
Was there anyone in the passenger seat?
And as far as what, if anything, did you observe her to be doing, or how was she seeing?
It seemed like she was looking straight ahead with her hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel.
Now, as far as the other, what, if anything else, did you see, or who, if anyone else, did you see within the interior of the vehicle at that time?
I only saw one person at the time. I wasn't really looking. It just happened to be like at a glance as we drove by.
And so your head's already turned in that direction, looking to see your sister get inside the house, correct?
Correct, sir. Yes.
And so as you're going by and you make these observations of this woman in the front seat of the vehicle, what, if any, movement did you do of your body or your head to look into the vehicle?
I just turned my head as we were driving by to watch Julie go in and then turn straight, look forward.
And the light was on in the car.
Looking forward or going back to get a better view inside the vehicle?
No, sir.
Right, because it doesn't matter to him at this point.
Now, during the time that you were outside of the house, did you hear any noises or see or hear anything coming from that vehicle in front of you?
No, sir, I did not.
And as far as within your own vehicle, when Julie comes out, what, if anything, did you or Ricky do with regard to sort of the radio within?
Turn the music down. We had music playing.
You had music playing as you pull up, turn it down when Julie comes out to talk.
Correct, sir, yes.
And at the time that you're pulling away from the curb, had you or anybody sort of turn the radio back up?
Not that I remember, sir, no.
Did you turn the radio up and
Now-
turn the radio on? Or did you say, hey, DJ,
With reference to
play that funky music?
Julie comes out and you open the doors so that you can talk to her, is that correct?
Yes, sir, yes.
And did you open just the front passenger door or the back door or both?
I opened my passenger door, that was it.
And you were expecting her to essentially get in at that point, is that fair?
Correct, sir, yes, I was.
Now, when you
'Cause they were
opened
supposed
the
to be
door,
leaving.
to the pickup truck, the passenger side door, what, if anything, happened with the dome light inside the truck?
It went on.
Lolly, you know you can push those and turn them on, though.
Now, after you go past the dark SUV, where did you go from there?
To my house, sir.
And as far as your house, who, if anyone, gets dropped off there in addition to yourself?
Just me and Heather.
And Ricky then leaves from there, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And from that road on Fairview to your house, about how long a ride is that?
5 minutes.
When you left the roadway
Everything's
on
5
Fairview,
minutes.
the vehicle that you had seen after it initially pulls up an additional car and a half or so, when you left, was it in the same position after its movement that you observed?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would just ask to publish a couple of photos for use with this witness.
Okay.
Lolly.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 71. I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
Apologize to all of us, Lolly. You could have gotten to the driving to Fairview much faster. This will actually be helpful.
So, Mr. Nagel, up on the screen, do you recognize what is depicted in that photograph?
Still doesn't.
Yes, I do, sir.
What do you recognize it to be?
Say that again.
What do you recognize it to be?
That it's the Albert's house.
And that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the house looked like at the night that you were there on the early morning of the 29th?
Looks like there was more snow than what I came to.
More snow.
Very fair of this witness.
Yes, sir.
Does this accurately depict the house? I think this is the first witness that has actually said there's more snow in this picture. There's more snow in this picture than there was that night. And I appreciate his attention to detail and veracity in that. He's not just going along with what the prosecution says.
Ricky in the truck.
He's an easy witness to follow.
That laser pointer. You see that area of the street in front of the house?
Lolly, not so much.
I do, sir. Right about there.
Okay. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit number 72. Now, the area that you were describing when you first pull up to the house and the dark SUV is in front of you, do you see that area within this photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
If you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you see that. And
The witness is indicating between the mailbox and the flag.
Again, what's up on the screen,
Does that
you
street
recognize
curve?
in that photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
And within this photograph,
Or is it
you
the
see
angle?
that sort of secondary position where the vehicle moves up and where you see it in that secondary position.
Yes.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention.
Because it looks like it. We heard much about the hill. But
And from that side,
it looks like it curves.
Any sort of landmarks or anything else that you observed, sort of in the area where that vehicle pulled up to in that secondary position?
I know there's a flagpole there, and there, I believe it's an electrical box along with bushes.
And it's the flagpole. You observed that in this picture.
Here's why it matters to me as these photos have been more recent, but if they're saying, I still don't know where they're saying Karen Reed backed up to, but the fact that there's no tire tracks, especially if the road curves, if she's backing kind of in a straight line, there would be tire tracks potentially up onto at least the small curb area, but we don't exactly know where they assume that that's happening yet.
Yes, sir.
So
If you could just briefly direct the jury's attention to that as well. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
okay.
No further questions for this witness.
Okay, cross-examination.
Great. Hold on, let me mute real quick. Hey, babe.
Good morning, Mr. Nagel.
Good morning.
A couple of questions for you. Since January 29th, have you been contacted by anybody from either the Albert family or the McCabe family about the circumstances of January 29th, 2022?
No, I have not, sir.
Have you been contacted by any other person other than the Albert family or the McCabe family since January 29th, 2022 about your testimony or your statements?
About my statements, no, but I mean, me and Ricky are best friends, and obviously it's things that we've brought up in the past.
So,
yes.
I didn't mean to speak over you. So you and Ricky.
Again.
And how do I pronounce his last name?
Dantano?
Dantano. You and Mr. Dantano have obviously discussed the circumstances of that night.
Yes, sir.
And what happened?
Yes.
Did that change your testimony in any way?
No, sir. No, it did not.
You were interviewed by.
And that makes sense to me.
Massachusetts State Trooper on or about February 7th, 2022, correct?
Sounds about right, yes.
Do you remember?
I appreciate so much, chat, that we have a witness who's like, this is my best friend and we were in the car together and this is weird. So yeah, we're gonna talk about it. Like, it just makes so much sense that he would have talked to his best friend about it. And finally, someone's not saying, I didn't talk to anyone. I've never talked to anyone. I don't even know what those phone calls are. They just got answered. It's so weird. It's just nice to see.
Which state trooper that was?
Just, it's refreshing in this
case. Off the top
case.
of my head, no.
His name Michael Proctor, sound right?
No, sir. I don't think so.
You don't believe it was Michael Proctor?
I'm not 100% sure. No, I'm not sure.
Do you remember the state trooper that did interview you had a partner named Yuri Buchnick?
Yes. That sounds familiar. Yes.
Buchnick sounds
during that interview.
Buchnick sounds familiar, but not Proctor.
You don't remember his name. The trooper and Yuri Buchnick. That there were two other people in the car when you approached 34th Air.
Say that again.
You told those two troopers that there were two other people in the car with you, Ricky D'Antono?
Yes, in my vehicle. Yes, sir.
Okay. So they were well aware of the identity of Ricky D'Antuno and
Dantano.
Dantano.
And Maxon at the time.
Correct.
As early as February 7th, 2022.
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about your approach.
I was trying to pin my comment, and there's like almost 30,000 of you here, and then I lost it.
Correct?
Correct.
You would have been going west-ish. I know it's a curved road, sort of west. If Fairview goes north and south.
Yeah, okay, yes.
You would have been going west and then turning south onto Fairview, correct?
Correct, yes.
You indicated that the SUV, the dark SUV, beat your car to the intersection. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And because the car was ahead of you, Ricky flashed his lights as a courtesy to say, you got the turn.
Correct, sir.
Because both of you were approaching the intersection.
As one does.
The SUV was closer.
Correct, sir.
You pulled up to Fairview and stopped relatively close to the driveway, as you've indicated to the jury, correct?
Correct, sir.
And your car was as much as 3 car lengths behind that SUV. Do you recall that?
When we arrived?
Yes.
I would say car length and a half at the time.
Okay. Do you recall being interviewed on or about May 11th, 2023 by individuals not associated with the Commonwealth?
A gentleman came to my door, but I did not speak to him.
Would it refresh your recollection? Do you remember talking in May of 2023 with anybody about this case?
I don't know. 2023 may have been the feds.
Okay.
I'm trying to. No, I understand.
Were you talking?
That's the shit they were trying to keep into the horse. They were trying to keep that shit very much in the horse. But this witness is just honestly trying to answer, it seems to me, to the best of his ability. It seems like he's genuinely confused as to what they're talking about. He's like, somebody came to my door, I didn't talk to him, but I might have talked to somebody in May, but I'm not sure. And it's just kind of funny because he's like, Yeah, that might have been the feds. I mean, because honestly, I think he's just trying to answer the questions he's being asked. This is one of the witnesses that's been easy to follow and who doesn't feel like he's trying to hide shit.
By anybody. Don't say who. Just tell me if you were talking, yes or no.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Do you think it would refresh your recollection as to when that interview took place?
If I just show it to you. Just.
Yes, sure.
Okay. May I approach you on it?
Yes.
There's a date right up top and then a highlighted portion at the bottom. If you wouldn't mind taking a glance at that and then look up to me when you're finished reviewing that.
Also, you guys, yes, it is time for
the FBI.
They have entered the chat. So now that the feds have entered the chat,
Yes.
Thank you.
I mean, the feds are probably already in the chat. Hi. We're just watching a trial.
No.
We're very curious about the outcome of your investigation. We're going to get into that after this
Does
trial.
this refresh your recollection, sir, that you indicated in that interview?
Just two parts. Does it refresh your recollection?
Understood. Does that refresh your recollection about what you may have said?
Yes.
So there was an interview in May of 2023,
Yes.
and you did indicate some distance that you were behind the SUV in that interview.
Yes. Well, at the beginning, it was only a car length and a half. And then probably at the end, by the time we left, it was about 3 car lengths.
Because it had
Okay, fair
pulled
enough.
forward.
So at the end, it was as much as 20 to 50 feet ahead of you.
Give or take, yes.
Okay, so 50 feet, obviously further than the length of this courtroom.
Correct.
All right. So at a time when you were in the truck, still stationary, that SUV had pulled ahead of you at least 3 car lengths, correct?
By the end, yes.
Okay.
Right. That makes sense.
You've already indicated, but I want to make sure I'm clear about this. Did any car pull in between Ricky's truck and the SUV when you were sitting behind the SUV?
No, sir.
You didn't see a Jeep?
No, sir.
With a big old snowplow on the front of it?
No, sir, I did not.
That car was never between your car and the SUV, was it?
I never saw any other vehicle in between us.
All right, fair enough. When you got to the location, you indicated that you had texted
That's
your sister
Higgins's car.
that you were arriving. Is that
Correct,
right?
sir, yes.
How long before she came out the door to meet you at the car?
He said like a minute or
Since
two.
I like the text, you mean?
Correct.
2 minutes, because we were coming down Cedar Crest and I texted saying we're almost there.
And then once you got on Cedar Crest, it's just a few seconds to drive up to the driveway at Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Just to answer this question from Rosie in the chat, would the witnesses have been advised to not mention the federal investigators' investigation? If there had been motions in limine where the court had limited them on how they were going to talk about it, the DA should have mentioned that to the witnesses. But it seems that Wally is running this all by himself, even though there are other people, presumably from the DA's office and maybe other DAs in court with him. He has done the direct examination of every single witness. We're 33 witnesses in. So should have, yes. Could have not, also yes.
Did she text you back?
I don't remember.
You had your phone out.
Yes.
It was in, I'm guessing it was in your lap or in your hand.
I would assume yes.
Okay. So for a period of time, while you were inside the cab of the truck, as you were pulling up, you were monitoring your phone to determine whether or not she was going to text you back, step out of the house, whatever.
Yes.
River, this doesn't open the door. It's just
Finally,
now been heard, but no, it doesn't
did come out
open
the
the door
front
for
door,
anybody
is
to
that
talk about
Correct,
it further.
sir.
The
And when
lawyers
she
are
came
still
out the front
admonished.
door, you were looking sort of toward the right.
No, when you say front door, like there's 2 doors to the house.
That's a good point. There's the, let's call it a front door, which is the classic front door.
Ellie said, can
Side
Lolly
door.
get fatigued?
Correct,
Oh,
sir,
for
yes.
sure.
Which door did she come out?
The side door next to the garage.
Okay, so that would have been close to 90 degrees from where you were seated. You would have been looking to your right,
Yeah.
not
Yes.
necessarily looking straight ahead.
Correct.
All right, so for that period of time, as you're looking to your right, you see her come out the side door
Yes, sir.
and you watch her approach down the driveway.
Correct.
So at this point, you don't know what's happening with the truck in front of you in those moments.
No, I wasn't really paying attention to that at the time.
Okay.
Right, because
You
it had no
indicated
relevance
that,
to him at the time. There's just like a car
you said on
there.
direct examination that you believe that once she was out and at the truck, that she was there for 30 or 40 seconds.
Correct, sir.
Do you remember actually testifying at a previous hearing in May of 2022 that it was more than 5 minutes that she was out by the truck?
It was not 5 minutes. I'm saying the whole time that I was there, probably between 2 to 3.
Do you remember being asked how long, if you know, were you talking with Julie out in front of the house, and you indicating under oath a little over 5 minutes, I would say?
I mean, if you got it, sure.
Mayor,
I mean,
Yes.
He's like, I mean, I might have said
Whatever
that,
you
but
guys
that's
have.
not what he remembers today.
I'm sorry.
You tell
Oh, yeah,
Mr.
did it
Lally what
again.
page it is or
May I
something?
have that back for 2
yes, sir.
seconds?
Yep.
She said they had talked longer than like 40 seconds.
Just take a look at that highlighted portion and look up when you finish.
He said Julie came out the side door. Julie said she came out the front door. I'm not, those natural inconsistencies about which door they came out of doesn't really concern me at all when everybody has been drinking. Also, when all of this was going down, like when all of this was happening, they didn't think anything happened. Like after you see a car accident, you're like, oh shit, there's a car accident. And then you're like, okay, what's happening next? But you're not always paying hyper attention to it, but you're paying more attention when you witness a car accident if you're the driver because you're driving and you're paying attention to the road, where sometimes a passenger will hear the thing and then be like, wait, what? And not really have any recollection of what happened before the moment that their attention was drawn. None of their attention was drawn to anything being weird until the next morning, it seems. And of course, the defense theory is everyone inside the house had their attention drawn to something before this. But either way, this witness didn't. So it's like asking you the next day, hey, what time did, XYZ delivery agency pull up and leave your latest Amazon box? And did you see exactly where they pulled up and how many feet from the curb they were? And do you know exactly what it was? And they're going to ask all of that 6 months later. And you can't refer back to like a Ring camera video. So it's hard to tie things back when they're really not super relevant at the moment. Plus everyone's been drinking. So the door discrepancy bothers me less than the discrepancy about when the car was there. But his description of when the SUV was there and Brian Albert Jr.'s description are pretty aligned. So,
Mr. Nagel, does that refresh your recollection?
Seemed that, yes.
Okay. And is it, in fact, was it your testimony that back in May of 2022, much closer to the event in question,
yay,
you
Cass,
indicated under oath that y'all were actually talking for closer to 5 minutes?
The whole thing, probably, yeah.
Okay. You indicated that you opened up the truck door, is that right?
I opened up my passenger door, correct?
So that does that, F-150, does that automatically open up the suicide door as well?
No, it does not. There's a handle
Okay.
on the inside of the door to open.
So it was just the passenger door that was open?
Correct, sir.
Got it. And your sister Julie would have been standing in the crook of that door, correct?
Yes.
So the door would sort of obstruct something to her right or toward the front of the truck?
Correct. That would be the door.
Right. How tall is the truck? Is it lifted?
It was, yes.
Okay. So that door is probably up above eye level.
It wasn't that high, no.
Okay. You indicated that while she was out there, you turned the music down so you could have a conversation.
chat, the doors they're talking about on the cab of the F-150, the shorter half back door opens towards the back of the car, and the large, more normal size front door opens towards the front of the car. So the two doors open like that, but it's like it's a smaller like half door that opens towards the back of the truck, and the other one opens towards the front of the truck. So the suicide door is referring to, YouTube is just like never, is referring to the door that opens towards the back of the vehicle instead of the doors opening both towards the front of the vehicle. So the doors open up like that, as opposed to both doors on the vehicle opening towards the front of the vehicle. So hopefully that helps make a little bit more sense. I don't know. I bought a car with the doors that go like that because I wanted them to go up. So mine has wings, but I'm a nerd.
You talked about whether or not she wanted to come in the truck and leave, correct?
Say it again.
You talked about whether or not she wanted to get in the truck and leave.
I asked if she was coming, yes.
You also talked about whether or not you would come in the house and stay.
She asked that, yes.
Okay, so there was a conversation back and forth about either you staying at 34 Fairview or her leaving 34 Fairview and getting in the car.
Correct, sir.
There was also a conversation about whether or not you guys needed to give her a ride then, or if she could get a ride on her own after you guys left, if she wanted to stay.
Correct, sir, yes.
And part of that conversation included even talking about whether or not maybe her mom, your mom, would come get her after you guys left.
I would assume, maybe, 2 years ago.
Right, understood. But it's safe to say that there was a dialogue back and forth, during which time you're engaged with your sister to your right, she's engaged with you.
They're just talking. I don't have a DeLorean, sadly.
It's freezing cold out.
Correct.
My friend in high school had a DeLorean, though.
And during this time,
Shout
your
out,
attention
Scott.
is focused on your sister, obviously.
Yes.
At some point, she did decide to stay.
Yep.
And at that point, she then left the crook of the door. You would shut the door. I'm guessing you shut the door.
Yes, sir.
And then
At some point, the door was shut.
Ricky figured out, okay, we're gonna get out of here, and she's not coming with us.
Correct.
Did y'all wait long enough to see her go inside the house?
Just gradually pulling away and watched her walk in the house.
Okay, and that answers my next question. When you pulled away, you didn't speed away, correct?
Correct, sir.
Gradually, slowly pulled away and out and around the SUV that was in front of you.
Correct, sir, yes.
So y'all made up the distance at that point after you had this maybe 5-minute conversation with your sister. You made up the distance and got up to the SUV that was in front.
Yes.
All the taillights were intact.
To my acknowledgement, yes.
I mean, as you sit here.
I mean, may I?
Of course.
I mean, I'm not there to, look at a car and be like, oh, is there any damage on a vehicle? It's 12:30 at night.
But you didn't
I had a
see.
few drinks. I'm not looking for that. I just noticed that the brake lights were on. So.
But you didn't see one red, one
The point
white.
is, as you sat there and you testified about this before, you noticed no damage on any of the taillights.
Not to my acknowledgement, no.
Okay, there's 3 taillights, one to the left, one to the right, and one center top.
Are any of them
You
white?
didn't notice or note anything out of the ordinary with regard to the rear of that truck.
No, like I said, it was dark out.
So they were all red. Can Alan just ask him? Were all the
At
lights
any point,
red?
Did you see that SUV in front of you?
The white one would have been a
Drive up
glaring difference.
50 or 60 feet, slam into reverse, and then drive backward.
One not being
No.
on would have been a glaring
At any
difference.
point, did you see that SUV reverse and hit a pedestrian?
Objection.
Sir.
I'll allow that. You didn't see that, right?
No.
Your Honor, leading. Like, come on. You didn't see that, right? Judge. I know some of you think that the judge is completely one way or the other, but that is the most leading question I think we have heard. But that's generally along the defense theory of the case, right? You didn't see that, right? Nope, sure didn't. Ma'am, what?
At no point did you see a person laying on the lawn,
No, but I also wasn't looking.
but you didn't see it.
No.
And you did see the truck in front of you.
The SUV, yes.
The SUV in front of you.
Correct.
All right. You didn't see a person standing or lying on the ground anywhere around that SUV, did you?
No.
And it's not just that you didn't see that SUV hit a pedestrian. That did not happen while you were sitting there, did it?
Objection.
You can go ahead.
He can
and
answer.
No, I did not.
Right, because it didn't.
After you drove away or drove up slowly in order to drive away, you were the passenger, or as you drove away, I should say, you were the passenger closest to the SUV as you would be passing it, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
You looked out the right window of that F-150, correct?
Correct.
And you could actually see inside the SUV as it sat there idling, correct?
Correct.
That's because the dome light was on. Isn't that right?
Correct, sir.
And you noticed that the dome light was on inside because you could clearly see what was happening inside the SUV at that time as you passed by.
And I wasn't directly looking inside. I was making sure my sister got in the house okay.
Right. But you did look inside that SUV.
As I passed by, yes.
And you saw one person.
That's all I saw at the time, yes.
Female with long hair. Is that
Correct.
right?
He's like, I saw what I saw.
And you did not see anybody else inside that SUV.
No, not to my acknowledgement.
As a matter of fact, you were asked
Knowledge.
that in prior testimony, and you indicated in response to that basic question, no, she was alone. Correct?
Correct, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Okay.
Let's see if there's any redirect.
Just to be clear, sir, she was alone as far as you could see, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
Okay. Nothing further. Your Honor.
That's the end of the redirect.
You are all set, Mr. Nagel. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
All right, jurors, this seems like a great time to take our morning.
All right, the court is taking the morning break and are going to excuse the jurors. It's a good time, Chad, to remind you to take a stretch break because stretching is needed. I'm going to zoom because I bet we can catch up in time from the morning break. Let's get us up to real time here. Only fan. We are not back from real time just yet. They are still on break, which is actually decent because I have got to take a minute, chat, and then we will be back. I am also going to take a minute, just a brief moment to use the restroom because this morning it is needed. Some days it is, some days it isn't. They will be back probably in just a moment. But I am going to give you guys a second. I'm going to leave you with our amazing, funky StreamYard music beats and tell you that I will be right back. It will be quick, but you guys take a stretch. I'm going to answer some questions if they're not back from break yet. I will make sure we don't miss a moment in court. Fred, if you knock that over right now. Cat, serious? Streaming with pets is always dynamic. And then we will recap the morning in just a moment. Let's see what we're gonna go with today, music-wise. Nope. Would I just put on Sum 41 if I could? Yes, I would. This is maybe too chill. I think this is my favorite of all of them. Chat, I will be right back. Take a stretch break, get some water, use the restroom. We're gonna be back here. But isn't it nice to see a witness who is like, I saw what I saw. This is what I saw. That's it. Just I saw what I saw. Most cases are just like that witness. I was there. This thing happened. I saw this thing, and that's it. This case has been not that. There's been a couple of those witnesses that just saw what they saw. The Colakeithises, the victim's brother and sister-in-law at the beginning. But a lot of the witnesses, we've had a lot of, you get to cross-examination and go, wait, what? What? You did what now? Excuse me, what? So it's refreshing to just see this is what it is. You guys, don't forget to do the YouTube things. This is a perfect time to download the Law & Nerd app. I will be right back. I have to move me. Okay. Why is my BRB not working? It's so odd. Ah, there we go. Now it works. Chat, I'll be right back. Oh, I was muted. Hello, chat. I'm going to turn our music off and get to some questions and a little bit of a summary. Today, we've gotten into only 2 witnesses. So let me swoop and let's do a quick summary of the morning before the break so that I don't have to do a full summary after the break. Why? My brain is tired. Last night, I had whiskey and live music. No White Claws. Oh, I asked. Only Trulies available last night. All right. Let's do a quick little swoopy doop and do a summary the best we can. Before the break, on the morning of day 12 of the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, we finished up the testimony that we were ending with yesterday, which was the testimony of, was it Julie Nagel? Hold on. I think that it was. Briefly, witness 31, Julie Nagel, finished up redirect, and that was about it. Again, on recross, the point was made that when Julie Nagel put 2 and 2 together, that what she thought she saw on the lawn was potentially a body, she did nothing with that information. But the prosecutor set that question up in his redirect, saying, if you thought you had seen a body on the lawn, would you have called 911? She's like, yes, I would have called the police, which tees up the defense to come back in and say, hey, when you realize the next day, when you, as you said in your words, put 2 and 2 together, who did you tell? Did you call the police? Did you let them know what you had seen? Did you say you need to interview me? I saw something. No, you did nothing with that information. Interesting. Then we got into a witness out of order. The witness out of order is Terry Kuhn. She works at UC Davis, which is a really quite prominent veterinary school that has a forensic lab that she helped set up. She tested the DNA swabs from a shirt. We don't have any more information in evidence yet. She tested the DNA swabs that were taken from a shirt from the Massachusetts State Crime Lab and found that that shirt did not contain any canine DNA, but it did contain pig DNA. And we heard a lot of reasons from the defense why that could have happened, but the defense used that prosecution's witness to allow and to explore the testimony of what are crime lab procedures. You don't know where they swabbed. You don't know how they swabbed. You don't know how it was preserved. You don't know what they did. You don't know if they were swabbing the right place on the shirt. Wouldn't it be ideal if you're swabbing a shirt to mark on the shirt where it was swabbed? Doesn't it make sense to do these things? And went through those procedures and then got into the procedures for storing blood evidence. You wouldn't swab that in plastic, or you wouldn't preserve blood evidence in plastic. And why not? Well, because there's room for contamination, mold growth, and other types of growth when it's kept in plastic. And then he said, so you wouldn't store it in a solo cup. And the witness said, hold on. It is in my notes. The witness said, I'm sorry, what? And then there was an objection and it was sustained. But the I'm sorry, what speaks for itself. And it's clear that this witness was caught off guard by the solo cup question, as we all were, by the solo cups at issue here. And at the very end of that witness testimony, the defense, and they've done this time to time, pushed too hard, I think. And the defense pushed quite hard at the end by plowing through a question that I think that they knew they probably shouldn't ask this witness, but did anyway, which was, did you know that the person who swabbed or took these swabs had not passed or had failed, I'm not sure how they phrased it, their proficiency? And that was immediately objected to. The objection was sustained. The judge struck it. The person who swabbed this has to come in, or all of that evidence is going to be thrown out. And they are going to have to confront that witness who swabbed things about whether or not they passed their proficiency exams, failed proficiency exams, when in time that was. Was that after this testing was done? Before this testing was done? And so all of that will have to come in with this witness that did the swab. There are times when the defense pushes too hard, and if the jury's not 100% on board with them, that can turn the jury off when it is too much of a reach, which confuses me at times in this case, because there are things you don't need to reach for in this case at all. Like, this defense team is not grasping at straws. Isn't it really weird that two people just got rid of their cell phones? Isn't that suspicious? Isn't it really weird that stuff was collected, I don't know, in red Solo cups, that people weren't interviewed separately? Like, there's so many things in this case that reaching for some of the things that seem like a stretch maybe isn't necessary. So we will see how that goes. And then as you get to the last witness of the morning, witness 33, Ryan Nagle. Ryan Nagle is the brother of Julie Nagle. He came across to me quite credible. He saw what he saw. He was out with his friends. They went to pick his sister up. She's like, I'm going to stay longer. But he saw the SUV parked in front of 34 Fairview, the dark SUV. He didn't notice any damage. And again, one would have to think that if the taillight was that broken and the red pieces of plastic weren't on the taillight, then it would be taillight red and then white reflecting on the snow. He said he noticed the taillights and the third taillight. He said that he saw the SUV closer to the mailbox and then pull forward more towards the flagpole. And that as they were leaving, he saw a female sitting in the driver's seat with long hair, and he didn't see anyone else in the vehicle, and the dome light was on, and he said the driver was at 10 and 2. That's what he saw. Can we connect the person he saw in that vehicle to being the defendant? Not at this point. But he said there's nobody else in that SUV at this point in time, which is sometime after midnight. I don't think they have all those text messages when he's telling his sister that he's here. Otherwise, I would have thought that we would see those to kind of pin down in time when he was texting his sister. Maybe if law enforcement had interviewed him earlier and asked, can we see when you were texting your sister to get the time? He would have said, yes, this is when I was texting my sister, and law enforcement would have had those texts. But right now, it seems the only person who has those texts is the one who asked for screenshots of them, Jen McCabe. Will we hear from her today? I don't know. But let's go back to court and see, shall we? Let's, I switched my overlays. There we go. We got to get back to live court, law nerds, and then I'm going to get to questions, I promise. We got to get back to live court, though. Wait, what have I done? What have I done? Oh, Emily, you have messed things up. Shocking. That's why. I see what I did. I was messing with things. I always start right with the judge coming out because I'm curious if the attorneys have anything to say or if we're just going to get to the jury being brought back in. Just to the jury being brought back in.
Witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Ms. Heather Maxon to the stand.
Okay.
Heather Maxon. Yeah, why was Jen McCabe asking for the screenshots? I don't know. Is this the ex-girlfriend?
You told us where the evidence could get to the jury in case now the hearing should be treat the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Are you gonna call Ricky too? She's sitting in the back seat. If this woman has, no offense to you, ma'am, I love the like cardigan jacket situation, but if she has nothing additional to add, I'm going to lose my mind.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
I'm gonna lose my mind. I can already feel it. I feel it coming.
Name and spell your last name.
In the air tonight.
Heather Maxon, Maxon.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Plainville,
And how long have you lived there?
My whole life.
So witness 34.
Do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a nanny.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 4 years.
Ma'am, if I could direct your attention to January 28th.
You guys, I can't gain Lolly up without the background noise becoming overwhelming.
I do.
And do you recall what days of the week?
The weekend, Saturday, Friday, Saturday.
And as far as the evening of the 28th, what, if any, plans or where were you on that evening?
I was with my boyfriend at the time, Ryan, and we were out in Canton at local bars.
It's cute.
And your boyfriend, Ryan, his last name is Nagel?
Correct.
And did he live in Canton at the time?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time it was that you left to go out to a bar that night?
I don't remember, no. Sometime in the afternoon.
And who, if anyone, did you go with in addition to yourself and Mr. Nagel?
Our other friend, Ricky.
So what's Ricky's last name?
D'Antano.
And how do you know Ricky D'Antano?
Through Ryan.
He's friends with your boyfriend at the time, Ryan?
Yeah, yes, correct.
And
She's
at
like, we
that
broke
time,
up, but I'm still
sort of in
here.
January 2022, how long had you and Ryan been dating?
I'd say about a year.
And did you know at that time sort of his parents, his siblings, things like that?
Oh
I
my
did,
God.
yes.
And how many siblings does Ryan have?
2.
Brother and a sister?
Correct.
And what's the sister's name?
Julie?
She older or younger than Ryan?
Younger.
Now,
Lolly.
at some point you said in the afternoon or so you go out to somewhere in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall where is it that you went?
We were at C.F. McCarthy's.
And how did you get to, well, prior to going to C.F. McCarthy?
Oh my God.
At Ryan's in Canton.
And do you recall how you got from Ryan's house to C.F. McCarthy?
I don't remember.
Okay,
no.
I'll be surprised if he doesn't ask.
What I'm asking is, do you recall, did you drive, did Ryan drive, how did you?
Ex-girlfriend.
To C.F. McCarthy's? I drove.
And do you recall, if you drove, do you recall where you parked?
I don't.
C.F. McCarthy's, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
Yes.
And do you recall, generally speaking, when you came into C.F. McCarthy's, where it was that the three of you went?
Can you rephrase the question?
Where within the establishment?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, ma'am. He wants to know if you're at a high top table.
The bar.
And if you know about how long a period of time were you at C.F. McCarthy's?
I don't recall.
And was it just sort of the three of you that were there?
Yes.
And fair to say you went out to a bar and you were drinking?
Correct.
And do you recall what you were drinking?
I don't remember. It was probably a beer of some sort.
And same for Ryan and same for Ricky. Do you recall what they were drinking?
I don't recall, no.
Shane says the alternate jury of the chat has determined it
I'd
is
say so, yes.
snowy.
So at some point,
We find
did
the
you leave C.F. McCarthy's?
Yes.
And do you recall where you went following C.F. McCarthy's?
Hillside Pub?
And is that in Canton as well?
Yes.
This is not in controversy.
Somewhere that you had been to before as well?
Yes.
And do you recall how you got from C.F. McCarthy's to the Hillside?
Ricky drove us.
And drove you in what?
His truck.
And do you recall what kind of truck or how big the truck was or color or anything like that?
I don't recall, no.
The
Ford,
chat has
I
some
believe.
questions about your ex.
And so Ricky's driving. Where is it that you and Ryan are within sort of the cab area of the truck?
Ryan was sitting in the passenger seat and I was in the back seat.
In the back seat that you were seated in, can you describe that as far as what kind of back seat did the back of Ricky's truck have?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Let me ask you.
Ma'am, you are all of us. I'm sorry I can't hear you. Correct. But at least we've zoomed a little bit in time.
A little bit better. The back of Ricky's truck,
So, yay.
is that sort of one
For
long
that.
seat or is it cabin chairs or?
One long seat.
Now, you get to the Hillside, you know about what time it was that you arrived?
No, not the Hillside.
I don't remember.
When did you leave the Hillside?
And had, obviously, the Hillside as a bar as well, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you have more drinks there?
Probably, yeah.
And at any point in time during the course of, do you recall about how long it was that you were at the Hillside?
I don't recall, no.
Do you recall about what time it was that you left?
Late.
And during the
She's
course
like,
of
why are you
time
asking me
you
these
were at,
questions?
either C.F. McCarthy's or the Hillside,
Same.
as far as, was anybody from your group, as far as yourself, Ryan or Ricky, sort of overly intoxicated in any way that you observed?
No.
Define overly.
When you went to the Hillside, was it just the three of you again, or did you meet, or who, if anyone else, did you speak to or meet up with?
We met up with friends, yes.
And,
Margaret in the chat said, can't wait to hear from Ryan's ex-girlfriend's new
yeah.
boyfriend's sister's cousin.
Maybe
I would
2.
add, Margaret.
So a couple other people. And,
Correct.
and when you left from the Hillside, where did you go?
We went to pick Julie up from her friend's house.
And the friend's house that you were going to, is that someone that you knew?
No.
And is that a house that you had ever been to?
No.
And
they're going to have to call Ricky at this point.
Take Ricky's truck again?
Correct.
And as far as the seating arrangements that you described earlier from C.F. McCarthy's to the Hillside, what, if any, difference was there between Hillside and the friend's house?
There was no difference. We were sitting in the same seats.
And do you recall, or do you know where now, sort of, that you've gone to the location, do you know where that friend's house was?
Could you rephrase? I'm sorry.
Following, leaving the Hillside, going to the friend's house, you've never been there before, correct?
Correct.
And having now gone to the friend's house to pick up Julie, do you know where that friend's house is?
To this day?
Yes.
No.
Was it still within the town of Canton?
Yes.
Does it matter?
Do you recall anything about the route that you took from the Hillside?
Does it matter?
Julie's friend's house.
No. All I know is that we were taking.
I don't know where we were going. We were going to pick up Julie. Julie's Ryan's sister. Ricky's driving. I'm in the back. We had been drinking. And do you know the route you went to get there? No, sir, I don't. I wasn't driving. I wasn't paying attention. Did she notice anything at all, Lolly? I don't know. Is Ricky next? I bet he is. I bet Ricky's the next witness.
Street of the house, where the house is located.
So as you're approaching the street where the house is located, Ricky's taking a left onto the street?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall about that time period when Ricky's taking the left onto the street?
Could you rephrase the question?
She's like, I don't even know why I'm here.
Ricky's pulling up to the street.
Correct.
Is there a blinker or a directional that he uses prior to pulling onto the street?
I don't recall.
And you're making a left-hand turn, is that correct?
Correct.
And as Ricky is making a left-hand turn, what, if any, other vehicles do you observe in the area at that time?
There was another vehicle in front of us on the same road coming from the opposite direction.
And can you describe that vehicle in any way, as far as size, shape, color, or anything?
Sir, I'm in the back seat, not driving.
Not the color, but it was definitely an SUV.
And as far as
Lori asked real quickly, can the judge review the witnesses for redundancy? It's cumulative at this point, but the defense is not objecting. The judge, it would be really hard if the judge makes that motion on their own and the defense isn't objecting. Sometimes when the other side is burying themselves, you let them just keep pulling on the dirt. So I'm not surprised the defense isn't objecting. So the judge has admonished the prosecution multiple times to keep moving and to move it along. And we don't even know what she said at sidebar to keep it moving and moving along. But it's awful.
prior to either vehicle turning onto the road where his friend lived, what, if anything, did Ricky do with regard to the lights?
I'm sorry, I can hear you.
You're not alone. We can't hear him
As you're
either.
going onto the street, and the other car's coming the
He
opposite
sounds like he's
direction.
dying inside all day
What, if
long.
anything, did Ricky do with regard to the lights on the truck that you were in?
The lights on the truck we were in?
Yes.
Well, we let the other car that was coming from the opposite direction, we let them take a right onto the street first. We yielded to them.
And yielded to them as, what, if anything, did Ricky do to signal to that other driver that they could go ahead?
He could have flashed his lights or put his blinker on. I don't recall.
And from this other
She wasn't
vehicle, as
driving.
far as the interior
How would she
vehicle,
really
as you're,
remember that?
Yielding to this vehicle taking a right, what, if any, observations did you make of people inside that other vehicle?
I've noticed a male and a female in the car.
And where...
And that's why she was called as a witness.
The male and the female that you observed situated or seated in the car?
The female was driving and the male was in the passenger seat.
And then beyond them being a male or female, what, if any, other sort of observations did you make of what they look like or anything like that?
No, I didn't make any other observations.
Let me ask it this way. Were they African-American, Caucasian?
Caucasian.
Younger?
Yeah, Caucasian.
So Caucasian female?
Correct.
Caucasian male?
Correct.
And as far as age or anything like that, could you tell anything in regard to that?
Not really, no.
And as far as your sort of differentiation between male versus female, what, if anything, did you observe about them that made you sort of characterize them that way?
Characterize them as a male and a female?
Yes.
Long hair and short hair.
So that vehicle pulls onto the street that you're going onto in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And Ricky then proceeds to make the left.
And I did once have
Correct.
a witness refer to somebody as a ninja because they were dressed all in black. So long hair and short hair is generally
that SUV that you observed
accepted,
making
but
the turn, where does that go?
no hat.
It was parked on the street outside a house.
And so as far as from the time that you're, sorry, just waiting for the truck to go by.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
That was loud.
So
It sounds like somebody
with
just closed the door in the
regard
courtroom.
to, from the time that Ricky yields to that car coming in the opposite direction and the time that you pull up to the house, was that SUV in front of Ricky's truck for the entire time?
Yes.
And where did that vehicle go with relation to the house that you eventually stopped at?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Neither do
Did
we.
the SUV that was in front of you go to the same house?
Yes.
And when you get to the house, where was it that Ricky parked the truck in relation to the house?
Right outside the house, probably a little past the mailbox, past the driveway.
And when you make that turn from whatever street that is onto the street where the friend's house is, about how long down the street did you go before Ricky pulled over in the area of that mailbox?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
And when Ricky comes to a stop in the area of that mailbox, or can you describe the distance sort of between where you are in Ricky's truck and where the vehicle is in front of you?
We were parked right behind it, just a couple feet, maybe.
And during the time that you were outside of that friend's house, did that car stay still or move or something?
It just stayed still.
So your memory is that the vehicle was essentially in the same place.
That's
in
what
front
she
of you
just said.
The entire time that you were there.
Correct.
And from that sort of vantage point from behind the vehicle, did you observe any sort of damage or anything to the rear of the vehicle as it was in front of you?
I did not.
Well, this is why he had to call this
And
witness.
At any point in time, did you see anybody exit from that vehicle at any point?
No.
Did you see anybody exit from that vehicle and go toward the house?
No.
Now, as far as when you were pulling up to the house, what was the weather like at that point, if you recall?
It was snowing out.
And what, if anything, do you recall as far as sort of accumulation of that snow at that time?
It was a light snow, but it was sticking to the ground. It started to stick.
And as far as when you're pulling up behind that vehicle, did you observe any sort of marks in the snow from that vehicle?
People's
No.
testimony about the snow has been pretty consistent. That
Well,
at
tire
that
tracks
point,
on the road, obviously, but other than that, no.
it wasn't super heavy snow.
Tire tracks on the road in behind that vehicle, coming up to the point where it was parked.
Correct.
And around that vehicle, you never observed anybody exit the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You also didn't observe any sort of footprints or anything like that in the snow around them.
Correct.
Now, following the time that you pull up in that area of the mailbox in front of the house, who, if anyone, came out of the house?
Julie did.
And where did she come when she came out of the house?
Where did she go?
She walked right over to Ricky's truck.
And when she comes over to Ricky's truck, who, if anyone, did she speak with in the truck?
She was speaking to all three of us.
And at some point, did she get in the truck and did she go home with you or no?
No.
Where did she go after she left?
Back inside the house.
Did you see her sort of physically go back inside the house?
I did.
Is that something that your boyfriend at the time, Ryan, sort of specifically waited for her to get back in the house?
Ryan wasn't driving.
Possibly. I'm not sure.
Now, as far as, if you recall, when Julie came down to the truck and when Julie went back to the house, did she leave footprints in the snow or anything that you could see at that time?
I couldn't see, but I assume.
Nothing specifically that you saw?
Nothing specific, no.
Now, that time period that Julie was at the side of Ricky's truck talking to all three of you inside, about how long a period of time?
That's my computer. Sorry, y'all.
Not long.
That's not
I'd
you.
say 3, maybe 5 minutes.
And in general terms, what was the discussion about?
You know, just chit chat. She invited us inside the home, and I had told her that I did not want to go inside. I was tired and it was late. Just wanted to get back home. So
She's like, I want to go
I was like,
home.
okay. Went back in and we left.
I worked 10 hours. All
And
I want
when you left, was that
is
vehicle that was
Wingstop.
parked in front of you? Was that in the same position as you initially described when you left?
Yes.
And do you recall, as far as Ricky pulling away from the curb or pulling away from the house to go home, did he have to sort of back out to get around it, or no?
I don't recall.
Which he just said, I don't understand what she's adding to the case. She has a conflicting testimony to Ryan's testimony. And if they didn't call her, the defense would call her and be like, see, the state is hiding this witness from you. Because she says she saw 2 people in the car and it differs a bit on what she saw. So it's, you know, at this point, the state has to call her for that little bit of testimony because these stories are a bit conflicting in that. And if the DA doesn't bring that up, the defense is going to bring that up. And then that's going to look like they're hiding something. So that's why. But it could have been much faster. Much faster.
When you left, was that vehicle basically, as you're pulling away, that vehicle's in the same position, correct?
Correct.
Now, that vehicle that was parked in front of you, was it running or could you tell?
I could tell that it was running, yes. The lights were on.
And which lights were on?
The, you know, headlights, taillights, the inside car lights were also on.
Which is how they saw that people were there.
Now, as far as you're pulling away from that house and heading off to home, which way were you facing as you came away from the house?
Could you rephrase?
Let me ask.
His questions are just bad, ma'am.
When you pull up alongside of the house, which side of Ricky's truck is facing closer to the house? Is it the driver's side, the passenger side, or something else?
The passenger side.
And so as the vehicle is pulling away, are you pulling away in the same direction?
Correct.
Who, if anyone, the testimony
side,
at some points
Yes.
was oddly consistent.
And
at some points was consistent about the
you
snow.
were looking let me ask you this, as far as when Julie left the truck and went back in the house, was she fully inside the house at the time that the truck was pulling away?
Yes.
And so when the truck is pulling away, where are you facing and sort of what are you looking at as you are passing by the house and passing by the SUV?
I was looking out the passenger side window, so facing the house.
And as you go past the SUV, what, if anything, did you observe within the SUV?
I observed the female in the driver's seat.
And appear to be the same female that you observed as you were turning onto the road of Julie's friend's house?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did you observe the female in the, where was she in the vehicle?
The driver's side.
So still in the driver's seat as you had observed earlier?
Correct.
And what, if anything else, could you see as far as the driver, as far as what was she doing? Or
She's now testified to this like 3 different times.
I didn't observe anything else. She was just sitting there.
And as far as you were passing, what, if anything, did you note as far as the sort of interior lighting within the vehicle?
Well,
Yes, the interior lighting was on.
She
so
said
that's
that
why I had noticed as we were pulling
4
away,
times.
the female in the driver's side, driver's seat.
She said that like 4
As
times.
the male passenger that you saw as you were pulling onto the street, could you see him at that point?
I did not see any other person, just the female in the driver's seat.
And as you're passing by the vehicle, did you adjust I mean, how intently were you looking inside the vehicle?
Not
How
very
intently?
just kind of as we were passing by.
I noticed it. Like,
You didn't sort of change your positioning to see better within the vehicle. You didn't lean forward, lean back, or anything like that.
No.
nobody's asking, Lily.
And after you left that house, where did you go from there?
Back to Ryan's.
Is
Just-
that where you spent the night?
Correct.
Okay. Sir? No further questions.
Okay.
Just no further questions. Just no further fucking questions. Ashley in the chat asked, can the jury assume the people in the car are John and Karen? No. It has to be proven.
About what time it was that you...
Because Karen has been charged with a DUI causing death, they have to prove that both she was drunk and that she was driving, and they have to prove that it's her in the car. So there isn't going to be anything to allow them to assume that fact. No one has identified her. Now, no one has identified the SUV either. There is a dark colored SUV with a man and a woman in it. So until we have more evidence, they can't tie those together yet. I'm interested to see how the state does that. So
Got home?
I don't recall.
And by home, I mean back to Ryan's.
Back to
house.
Ryan's. No, I don't remember.
Just one moment, Charlie.
Okay.
I really hope he's done. Please be done.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions for this.
Yay.
Mayor, you're on.
Yes.
Thank you. Hello, Ms. Maxon.
Hello.
All right.
The first time you were ever interviewed about this case by law enforcement was September 1st, 2023. Is that right?
Correct.
So you were not interviewed at or around February 7th when Ryan was interviewed?
No.
February 7th, 2022.
Right.
All right.
No.
She wasn't
So it was a
interviewed
full
till
19 months
September
after the events in question
2023.
contacted by law enforcement.
Correct.
And you gave your statement for the first time at that.
Correct.
The truck that you were in, I can't remember, did you say the name of the truck? Was it a Ford F-150?
Correct.
Okay. That was turning left onto Fairview from Cedar Crest. You recall that?
Correct. Yes.
Do you know the names of the streets, or you just...
I don't know the names of the streets. No. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the town of Canton.
So okay, that was my next question. If I showed you a map, for instance...
If I showed you a map of Canton, would that help? Nope. Isn't it interesting that the state troopers who believe that Karen Reed, somewhere close in this proximity, it seems in time, hit John O'Keefe with her car? We have a car full of people that might have seen that SUV, and they're not interviewed. Really? Till September 2023. This happened in January 2022. 18 months? Long after the defendant had been charged, and you don't want to talk to the people who might have seen the SUV? Really? Really?
That wouldn't really do any good because you don't know the street names.
Yeah, no.
We love a good yeah, no, as opposed to a no, yeah.
Ricky
Or
was
a
driving.
yeah, no, yeah.
Ryan was in the front passenger
Or a
seat.
no, yeah, no.
You were in the super cab portion of the truck, correct?
Correct.
So you would have been situated directly behind Ryan.
I was in the middle.
In the middle seat.
Correct. So I was in between Ryan and Ricky.
Understood.
Exactly,
Did you indicate
B2.
that at some point,
Recollections
you could see
can change over
clearly
time.
into the SUV as it turned.
That's why you want to interview
as y'all
them
yielded way and it turned
soon in
over
time.
to the its right in front of you.
Correct.
And you could clearly see inside the passenger compartment there was a female driving. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was a male sitting next to her.
Yes.
You indicated that by the time you guys negotiated your turn, sped up, made the turn, headed up Fairview, that SUV had already come to a stop.
Correct.
All right. And how far behind that SUV would you estimate Ricky pulled the truck in terms of car lengths? 1 car length, 2 car lengths, right on the bumper?
Yeah, less than 1 car length.
Okay,
I was.
Sorry,
I would say a couple feet.
a couple feet, meaning 2 or 3 feet.
Yes.
So that's your recollection as you sit here.
Correct.
Did you notice anything wrong with the back of the SUV?
I did not.
Okay. You saw brake lights on?
Yeah.
How many brake lights? Left and right?
Correct. Yep.
Was there one in the top center?
I don't recall.
Okay. You certainly did not see a full-sized Jeep Wrangler outfitted with a snowplow between the SUV and Ricky's truck.
I did not.
I'm so
That's
curious.
a ridiculous question. You didn't see any other cars. There were no other cars between the two.
Correct.
I like the way he asked that question. I'm so curious how
Is it fair to
Brian
say that
Higgins's
when
Jeep
you
is going to play
pulled
into
up,
all of this.
Behind the SUV, other than noting that it was there, your attention was not necessarily focused on that SUV.
Correct.
There's nothing extraordinary or out of the ordinary about that car.
Correct.
You were there to pick up somebody, correct?
Yes. Yep.
Or at least potentially.
Right.
So I'm guessing your focus would probably be to the right where the front doors were of that house.
Sure.
And you knew that Ryan had been communicating with his sister, and so you were sort of expectant in terms of watching Julie Nagel possibly come out of the house.
Correct.
So during those moments, you weren't necessarily paying attention to what was happening directly in front of you outside.
Right.
Chat. Brian Higgins had the Jeep with a snow, plow front
You indicated
attachment
that
thing.
You believe that the chit chat.
Tristan was driving
with Julie Nagel. Up
Caitlin's
the truck was about
Jeep.
5 minutes.
Give or take.
Okay.
And those are different points in time.
At that point, was one of the doors opened?
I don't believe so.
We were told Higgins
we rolled
was
our
parked on the
windows
road.
down
Okay. Did
to
you
communicate.
I'm so sorry.
We rolled our windows down to communicate with Julie.
Okay, so you don't recall one of the doors being opened? And
I believe them that Higgins'
standing
car's
in front
not
of the
there.
door having this conversation with Ryan?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is that possible?
Sure, possible.
Okay. Your memory's not necessarily focused on that.
Right.
But you do know that there was a communication.
Yes, for sure.
They were talking about whether or not you wanted to go inside the house.
All three of us.
Okay. You, Ricky, and Ryan.
Yes.
And y'all were talking about whether or not Julie was going to come with y'all. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was even a discussion about whether or not Julie's
Ellen?
mom might pick her up.
Why are you
I don't
redoing
recall.
direct examination?
So the specifics of the conversation you don't necessarily recall,
Ellen.
but you do know that y'all talked about 5 minutes.
Give or take, yes.
Okay. During the course of that 5-minute conversation, where was your focus?
On Julie.
Okay. Ultimately, the three of you did pull away from the driveway area where you were parked.
Could you rephrase?
Sure. Ultimately, y'all did move. The truck did move past the house and move past the.
So, chat, Higgins gets to Canton PD at 1:30, which we know because there is video footage, though we haven't seen it, but it was timestamped and no one disputed that. I think there was, or there will be text messages that aren't in yet that will give timing of when Karen and John supposedly arrived sometime after midnight. Higgins isn't supposed to leave until or be at Canton PD till 1 something a.m. So we're not exactly sure when they came to pick up Julie, but it was before everyone else left. So the timing of this seems to be closer to 12:30, an hour before Higgins is supposed to have left this house, but the timing is confusing. So where is Brian Higgins's car? You would notice.
Once we left, yes.
As you drove by the SUV, you noticed that the dome light was on.
Could you explain the dome, what that
Dome
means?
light, the interior light.
Yes.
Dome.
Yes.
Yeah. So you could see it lit up the interior of the car.
Correct.
It was a late model SUV, probably a pretty bright light. You could see inside the car.
Yeah, I thought he said
Clearly
around
you could see a female.
12:30. Thank you,
By the
Sarah.
way, do you recognize the person to my left?
This should be around
I do,
12:30.
but only because of.
That was a terrible question. Of course you did. Do you recognize her from that night? Is she the person that was in the driver's seat, or do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. But the person you did see was a Caucasian female with long hair.
Correct.
Okay.
Interesting that he asked if she
As she
recognized
drove by,
Karen
the interior
Reed
light was on well enough that you
as the
could see
driver.
her, but you
And she's
could
like,
see
I don't
the
know.
female clearly.
Correct.
And you could also see that there was no male in the truck as well, correct?
I don't know. The other male that I saw in the SUV before they pulled on to Fairview, he could have been in when it was parked. But the only person I saw as we were pulling away was the female driver.
So when you pulled away, you looked to your right at your passenger window,
Mhm.
correct?
Correct.
The interior dome light was on.
Yes.
And you've testified to this before, correct?
Correct.
You've been asked these questions in another proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And you testified the only person you saw in the interior of that car at that time when y'all pulled away was the female.
Okay.
Is that right?
Sure, if I remember correctly.
Okay, that's all I have.
Mr. Lally?
So, Ms. Maxon, during the time that you were asked about not sort of focusing
Oh, look, a
on the SUV
microphone.
in front of you, fair to say that you would have seen a 6-foot man walking away from that car going towards the house?
Correct.
Okay. You were in a vantage point where you would have seen that had that occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see that?
I did not.
Okay. Nothing further on.
All right, so you are all set, Ms. Maxon.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that was witness 34.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The call to call Ricky
Shocking.
D'Antono.
The sighs on Mr. Lally are just getting longer and longer and longer. Did he just say I didn't want to mess it up? I think he didn't want to mess up the D'Antono. Well, there's only a few people in this case that have a different last name.
He's bound to mess it.
The other prosecutor or whoever is on the prosecution team said Tana. I've never related to Lally more in my life than him saying I was bound to mess it up. Me, Lally, you can go to the first episode I did covering this and see how many comments there are on me mispronouncing last names. Relatable.
He's bound to mess it up.
The only time Lally's at the mic, I was bound to mess it up. That's going to be a soundbite. Oh, relate, Lally. Witness 35. Names are hard.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
I mean, he was the one that said asystole instead of asystole the whole time, so.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
That I get.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Excuse me. Could you
Hey,
state your name and
Sistole.
spell your last name?
Richard D'Antono, D''A NTUONO.
And Mr. D'Antono, where do you live?
In Canton.
And how long have you lived here?
My whole life, 30 years.
Tano, like Ahsoka.
Do you work, sir?
Tano.
I do.
What do you do for work?
I do flooring.
How long have you been doing that?
I'd say 2 years.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th, 2022. Do you recall those days?
Yeah.
And do you recall what days of the week those were?
The weekend,
And do you recall whether or not you worked that day?
I don't.
And at some point in time on that day, did you go out for the evening, leave your house, and go somewhere?
Yes.
And did you drive from your house to wherever you went?
Yes.
And what kind of car do you have at that time?
A pickup truck.
What color is
And
that?
specifically, what kind of pickup truck?
Ford F-150.
Just ask him what color it
was
is.
that?
Dark gray.
We knew it was
the
coming.
Interior of your pickup truck.
We knew it was coming.
As far as front seat, back seat, can you describe for the jury what that looked like?
There's 2 front seats and a bench seat in the back. It has the suicide doors.
And when you left your house in your F-150, where did you initially go?
I went to a place in Canton called CF McCarthy's.
Is it wicked good?
And did you pick up
Ricky?
anyone on the way there?
I did not. I met people there.
And And C.F. McCarthy's, that's a place that you've been to before, is that correct?
Correct.
Familiar with it on that night?
Yeah.
Where did you park your truck in relation to C.F. McCarthy's?
I wouldn't know that for sure.
Ricky, we are 12 days into this trial. You are witness 35.
Yeah, right across the street.
No
Normally
one has
where
said
we would.
wicked yet.
So normally when you went there,
We're
that's
pinning
sort of
our hopes and dreams on you right now.
Usually, yeah.
So C.F. McCarthy's is located on Washington Street, is that right?
Yes.
Sort of in the downtown section?
Yep.
And when you say where we would have parked, so who, if anyone, were you meeting at C.F. McCarthy's on that?
I was meeting Ryan and Heather.
Was it a wicked good
And
time?
just to be clear, you're talking about Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxon.
Correct.
And how did you know Ryan Nagel?
I grew up with Ryan, so I've known him for a long time.
And how would you sort of describe the two of yours relationship?
Who was your teacher in the sixth grade?
Best friends.
And Heather Maxon, how did you know her?
Through Ryan. They were dating.
And do you know about how long they had been dating coming into sort of that time frame of that evening?
I don't.
What do you
Not
think of
an
the
exact
breakup?
Time.
And
Did you guys chat about it?
Coming to C.F. McCarthy's, and do you recall sort of where within the establishment you went?
Probably sat at the bar, I would assume.
And when you went there that evening, do you recall, did you meet anybody else there, or was it just you, Mr. Nagel, and Ms. Maxon?
I can really only recall us three. I mean, there might have been people there, but we didn't meet up with them. They might have just been there already.
So no one specifically you had plans to meet with while you were there or anything like that?
No.
Joy,
About
this
what
breaks
time
my
and when
heart.
You got to C.F. McCarthy's?
Not a definite time, but maybe mid-afternoon.
Joy said Ricky's too young to say wicked. It's for us Gen X people. I didn't
As far as
realize.
you went out to a bar.
I didn't realize that the
sort of
the
what
kids aren't saying
either
wicked.
you, Ryan, or Ms. Maxon had to drink that evening.
I don't give a shit who was drinking
Usually
what
just a few beers
at the
is all
CF
we would drink.
McCarthy's.
Nothing else but that.
Yes.
And did you have any drinks that evening?
I had a few, yep.
And what was it typically?
What were you drinking?
A beer.
Any particular kind of beer?
I would assume Bud Lights, I guess.
Someone tell him to move
Do you
on.
know about how long it was that you were at C.F. McCarthy's?
Not an exact time again, but a couple hours.
And after that couple hours or so, where did you go?
We went to another place in Canton called Hillside.
And just to be clear, when you say we, you mean yourself, Mr. Nagel, and Ms. Maxon?
Yeah, I drove us three.
So you drove all three of you in your F-150 pickup.
Yes.
And about how long a ride is that? to
So
McCarthy?
you were in the shower
I'd say 10.
and you didn't
And,
hear it
just to be clear, 10 minutes, is that right?
Yeah,
because
10
you
minutes.
were
Yes.
in the
Is that also
shower.
in Canton too?
Yep.
Is that somewhere that you had been before, somewhere that you were familiar with?
Yeah.
What did you order?
And
Was it good?
similar to C.F. McCarthy's, when you arrived there.
Do you like the
as
food
far
better at
as,
CF
was
McCarthy's
there anybody else
Hillside
that you
or
were meeting there,
Waterfall?
or why did you go to Hillside?
We met up with our one friend, John.
Who's got better drinks?
So adding sort of just another person to the group and going to a different location.
Who's
is
got
that
better
correct?
appetizers?
Yeah.
Now, as far as over the course of the
Does
evening,
anybody
either
have
at C.F.
wings?
McCarthy's or the Hillside, as far as yourself, Mr. Nagel and Ms. Maxon, what, if any, observations did you make as far as level of intoxication? Was anybody overly intoxicated?
No.
Can you define overly?
And if you know, about how long a time period were you at the Hillside?
I would say a few hours again.
Anything either from C.F. McCarthy's or the Hillside from that evening that sort of jumps out at you in any particular way?
No.
So relatively regular sort of weekend night out with you and your friends.
Correct.
When you left the Hillside, do you know about what time that was?
Again, not a definite time. Maybe around midnight.
And when you left the Hillside, where was it that you were going?
To pick up Ryan's sister, Julie.
And if you know, how did that sort of come about as far as when did you become aware that that was a destination that you would be going to?
I would say towards the end of the night, I was told that we would be giving her a ride on our way home.
And so you leave the Hillside, you get into your pickup, is that right?
Yep.
And Mr. Nagel and Ms. Maxon are with you?
Correct.
And where were they seated within the pickup when you were driving?
Ryan was in my passenger seat and Heather was in the back.
And do you recall sort of how she was positioned in the back as far as on the passenger side, the middle, or the driver's side?
Oh my God.
Not specifically. I vaguely remember her maybe laying down.
And
Oh my God.
when you're going from the hillside to pick up,
I vaguely remember her laying down.
New Julie Nagle at the time, is that right?
Correct.
Did you know the location where you were going to pick her up?
Not the exact location, but the area.
And by area, sort of what was described to you as where to drive?
I believe towards the Kennedy School.
And the Kennedy School is that an elementary school?
Yeah.
You're familiar with that as growing up in the town of Canada?
Yep.
And so if you could describe to the jury sort of the route that you would have taken going from the hillside to the
Oh my
Kennedy
God.
School in that general area.
Yeah, I would have taken 138, which is, I believe, Turnpike Street, a right onto Washington Street, and then a right onto Dedham Street, and then a left onto Cedar Crest, and I believe a left onto Fairview.
And those last couple of turns that you took as far as the west, was that something that you knew ahead of time, or was someone within the truck directing you how to go?
I knew up until Cedar Crest.
And then who was directing you from there?
I believe Ryan would be.
Now, when you arrive at taking that turn from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, what, if any, other vehicles did you observe in the area at that time?
While driving?
Yep.
While driving, as you were
Did
about
you
to
see
make-
an SUV? That's what he wants to know.
No vehicles that I could recall.
Well, that's interesting.
After making that turn onto Fairview, what, if any, vehicles did you observe at that time?
There was a vehicle parked in front of me, in front of the house.
Now, as far as making that turn, you were using your directional as you're driving along, taking lefts and rights.
I would assume so, yeah.
And do you assume that you turned on your left direction before pulling from Cedar Crest?
Objection.
Yeah.
We're just
And
going to assume
when
now?
you,
Sort of?
as far as the house that you were going to, when you make that turn from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, how far into the street was the house that you were going to?
Like 20 seconds, maybe. I don't.
What I'm asking is basically, was it the first house as you come in, or did you drive the whole street in order to get to the house? How close to the Cedar Crest was the house?
I think it's a couple houses on the right.
So there's a couple houses on the right-hand side?
Yeah.
Okay, so the right-hand side from your perspective would be the passenger side or the driver's side, or what?
The passenger side.
And when you get in the area of the house, you park at some point?
Yes.
And where was it in relation to the house that you parked the truck?
Right in front of the driveway.
Now, you mentioned that there was another vehicle that was parked in front of the house as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Oh my God.
Where was that vehicle in relation to where you parked?
I would say maybe 10, 20 yards in front of me.
Yards?
So
Not
from
yards?
10,
I'm
20 yards
disappointed.
or so in front of you, you could observe that vehicle.
I could.
And from your vantage point where you were seated in your truck behind the vehicle, what, if any, damage or anything did you observe to the vehicle at that time?
None.
And as far as you could tell, was the vehicle running or off or something else?
I believe running.
And what about your observation?
Why do you believe
You to believe that it was running?
it was running?
There were either tail lights or brake lights. I'm not sure which ones.
So I'm sorry, if you could just repeat.
I heard something
It was
too.
either tail lights or brake lights, but I'm not sure which ones they were.
And that was on the back of the vehicle, is that right?
Correct.
And how many sort of brake lights did you observe on the vehicle?
I would assume 2.
I don't think he and Ryan swapped clothes. They might have,
In the middle of the vehicle?
but maybe they coordinated.
And during the time that you
No,
were
his
behind the
jacket
seat,
has really
at any
discreet
point in time did you observe anybody get out of it?
checks.
I did not.
Like a really discreet.
And from where you
check
were
pattern.
situated behind the vehicle at this initial sort of point when you pull up about 20,
Which is hard to
so
see with
yards
the cameras in the
behind
courtroom, but
it, could you see any lights
Yeah,
on
this one-
inside of the vehicle?
I could not.
Now, when you arrive at the house and park sort of in the area of the driveway, at some point does Ryan reach out to his sister Julie?
I believe so.
That calls for
And,
speculation.
At some point, does Julie come out of the house?
Yes.
And if you know about how long a period of time we're talking about from the time that you pull up and park and the time that Julie comes out of the house?
Very quickly.
And when she comes out of the house, where is it that she comes to?
How would you
To my
define
passenger
quickly?
window.
Now, as far as at this time that you had left the hillside and you're driving over to your sister's friend's house, what do you recall about sort of the weather and what was it doing at that point?
I believe it just started to snow.
What was the weather doing?
And as far as the snow was
Dying
concerned, what, if any,
slowly from these
observations did you make
questions.
as far as accumulation is concerned?
I believe it was starting to stick.
Now, as far as that,
That's
vehicle
been
was
consistent
concerned,
for everybody.
What, if anything, did you observe within the snow on the streets that was starting to stick in behind that vehicle?
I didn't observe it.
Did you see any tire marks or anything like that leading up to the back of the vehicle?
Not that I can remember.
Not that you can.
Not that he can remember. Wally.
Julie came out of the house. She walked on foot from the house to the truck, correct?
Correct.
And as far as from her path, either to the truck or back from the truck to the house, did you observe any sort of footprints or anything like that she left in the snow while she was walking?
No.
Now, when she comes to the truck, did you recall how it was? There's some conversation, correct?
Correct.
And prior to her coming up to the truck, was there music on, radio on, anything like that?
Oh my God.
Maybe while driving there, but I don't believe while we talked.
So that would have been something somebody would have turned down in order to have a conversation with Julie when she comes up to the truck.
Lolly?
And when she comes up to the side of the truck, do you remember how it was that you conversed, or anyone in the vehicle conversed with her? Was it through the door, through a window?
Through the open passenger window.
Do you recall whether or not the passenger side door of the truck was opened at any time by Ryan or anybody else?
Nope.
You don't
And that's-
recall, or it wasn't?
I don't believe it was.
And that's just, a variance in their testimony.
In your truck, when you open the passenger side door, what, if anything, occurs with regard to the light?
Oh my God, Lolly.
I believe the interior light
Trying to
would
make
pop
fetch
on.
happen with the light.
And where would that interior light be within relation to sort of the interior? Is that in driver's side, passenger side, center, or something?
I think center roof.
Now, the conversation with Julie.
Because Julie's brother
about how
said he
long
opened the
did
door
that
to talk with
take place,
Julie.
and how long did that go on?
I would say maybe 2 minutes.
I think it's
And if
more
you
likely he
recall
rolled down the
general
window given the
terms,
weather,
what was
but
sort of the discussion about?
That she no longer was going to take the ride and asked if we wanted to come in.
2 witnesses said
And did yourself
the
or
window was rolled
anybody else
down.
from your group express any interest in going in this house?
No.
And as far as you were aware, were there other arrangements that Ms. Nagel and Julie had made for getting home that night?
I wasn't aware of her arrangement of getting home, no.
So she leaves and she goes back to the
she
house.
didn't tell me her whole plans, dude.
When, in relation to when you left, had she already gone back inside the house? Did you see her go in the house?
I did not watch her go back inside.
And
He
when
was
you
watching the road.
are leaving from this house on Fairview, again, your passenger side is what's most directly facing the house, is that right?
Correct.
The vehicle that was in front of you, that's facing in the same direction, is that correct?
Correct.
So
I mean, the
passenger
judge
side of
seems
that
to have moved her
vehicle also
microphone so
facing
nobody can hear her
correct?
sighing, but I'm
Correct.
just
And
filling it
when
in for all
pulled
of you.
away from the curb,
That's me
do
sighing.
you recall whether or not you had to sort of back up in order to pull around it or not?
I did not have to back up.
Now, while you were, so you just sort of pull away from the curb, is that correct?
Correct.
So when you're behind this vehicle, did the vehicle stay sort of stagnant in the same place, or did it move, or what, if anything, did you observe as far as that vehicle in front of you?
It might be guessing at the time, but I would believe it stayed where it was.
So do you recall anything, so you don't recall anything specific about that vehicle moving?
I do not.
Okay. And that's two
As far
witnesses
as,
who don't
vehicle
recall the
itself,
SUV
did you
moving,
observe
and like
anything
3
about
witnesses who recall it
occupants of the
pulling
vehicle or
forward.
anything like that?
I did not.
Now, as you're pulling away from the vehicle, where was your attention sort of focused as you were pulling away?
On the
I
road.
believe my side view mirror and then on the road.
You're looking in your side view mirror to see if there's any other vehicles coming up on your left, correct?
He was merging responsibly.
Then you're looking at through the windshield because you're driving a car.
Ask him if he used his blinker again.
And at any point in time that you were outside of that.
That was riveting.
At any point, did you observe anybody get up out of that vehicle?
Couldn't help
or
myself,
enter
I'm
that
sorry.
vehicle, or go toward the house from that vehicle, or come from the house toward that vehicle?
I don't believe so.
Just one moment, John.
Okay.
Actually, before, let me just ask you a couple questions. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish just a couple of photographs for this witness.
Okay.
Lolly, can you say directly, look at this photograph?
I have exhibit number 71.
So Ricky, the driver of the Ford F-150, and Ryan Nagle's girlfriend at the time both testified they did not see the SUV move. Ryan Nagle, his sister Julie, and Brian Albert Jr. say that they did.
Okay.
So with respect to the photograph, exhibit 71, it's up on the screen. Do you recognize what's depicted in
This photograph is not going to help the
34
record.
Fairview.
Is that the house?
Because people are going to mark
friend that you went to?
things on it with the laser pointer, and he's never going to record it for the record. So
And within this particular photograph, you see the area where you had parked your truck during this time that you were talking about in your testimony.
I do.
And if you could, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in the photograph that is.
Right in front of the driveway, right there.
which has been consistent.
Now, also within this photograph, you see the general area where you observed that.
So for those of you asking, but did the SUV move or not? The jury gets to decide. When there are differences in the testimony, the jury gets to decide. The testimony of one witness, if believed, is enough, but the jury gets to decide. Did it move? Did it not move? That's a factual decision. I'm tired. That is a factual decision that they will get to make when they ever get to deliberating, if they even remember that this was in controversy at all. Who knows by the time we get to the end of this trial if we will even be talking about this? I don't know. So they decide.
I would say, if I had to guess, I would say maybe half of the vehicle.
So it's probably a little bit further towards the left of this photograph, correct?
Correct.
Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 72. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
And this is the same house that we were talking about in the last exhibit?
Correct.
So from this photograph, you see the area where you observed the SUV in relation to your truck that evening that you were parked out in front of the house.
I believe so, yeah.
And again, if you could, sir, using the laser pointer you have before you, direct the jury's attention to where about that is.
Like right around that, I'd say.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you
He
can take that down.
never marked for the record where anybody points with the laser pointer, so the record is going to be silent unless the court reporter takes that down on her own, but I don't know if the court reporter would.
Nothing further for this witness.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Ron.
Cross-examine him about whether he used his blinker. Get him, Yannetti.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm just highlighting the ridiculousness of some of the questions.
So
'Cause
you
OMG.
were driving the vehicle that arrived at 34 Fairview to pick up Ryan Nagle's sister, Julie, correct?
Correct.
And you had met Julie prior to that date, obviously, correct?
Ricky
Correct.
was with
You've
Ryan to
been over
pick
the
up
Nagle
Ryan's little
home several
sister
times.
from her bestie's house.
The two of you had met years and years ago, correct?
Correct.
This was your best friend's sister, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got there,
Not the exact time.
approximate?
I would say around midnight.
And you now know, as you testify here today, that you were outside the residence in back of a black SUV that was driven by Karen Reed, correct?
What?
I do not know that based off my knowledge.
Not your personal knowledge.
What?
You now know it's pretty much common knowledge.
What?
I guess so.
And in fact, that black SUV was parked directly in front of yours, in front of the
Interesting.
front lawn of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
And while you were there, you never observed that black SUV strike anyone, correct?
Correct.
You never heard any arguing outside of the residence of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And possessing that information.
I wasn't expecting that from the defense.
On January 29th, were you interviewed by any state police investigator regarding this case on January 29th?
On that day?
Right.
No.
What about the next day or the rest of January or any day in February of 2022? Did the state police come to interview you about
When, if ever, were you interviewed by state police? It's the real question.
In fact, isn't it true that no investigator from the state police or the district attorney's office interviewed you anytime during the entire year of 2022?
Correct.
And that the first time you spoke to any official, it was not from the district attorney's office and not from the defense in this case, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can word this differently, Ms. Giannetti.
Okay. The first time you gave a statement to anyone, it was not Mr. Lally or the state police, and it was not the defense in this case, correct?
Correct.
And that was on May 16th of 2023?
Which time would that be?
First time you gave a statement, sir. May 16th of 2023, does that sound correct?
Around that time it would be.
Okay, and you know today is May 15th of 2024, right?
Yeah.
So just about a year ago was the first time that you gave any statement.
So they would have known that Ricky and Julie Nagel's brother and everyone else rolled up to the house, and state police never, ever interviewed them. Any of them until the feds got involved. Even though they're supposedly at the house, it seems right around the same time. And I say supposedly because the state hasn't really made clear when they think that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed. But this is the closest point in time, it seems, that we have on the record yet. And no one interviews them until the feds get involved in investigating the investigation. I shouldn't be surprised anymore, but I still am.
About your memory of what occurred
shocking
on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that your memory of what occurred on January 29th was the freshest when you got up that day, later that morning, correct?
The next morning after the 29th?
Yes.
Correct.
Right.
Right. It would have been better to talk to you then.
Me that your memory would have remained fresh for a period of time, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that over time, your memory becomes less fresh, right?
I would agree.
And it's not just you, it's everybody, correct?
Correct.
Objection.
Let's move on from this.
Sure. And you were first asked
like
about
human's
your
human.
memory about what was clearly over a year after January 29th, I suppose, February, March, April. Maybe
I
about
can hear
16
Yannetti
months
doing this,
after
which is exactly what I would
you
do.
were asked to describe, right?
Correct.
And then it was only after you talked to someone else, again, not the prosecution or the defense.
Objection, Your Honor.
Christina, why don't I see it sidebar, just so we don't keep getting interrupted, Joe?
He's like, please don't say the feds again. I hate that we can't see the sidebars. Can we just zoom out a little bit and do a wider view of the courtroom? Also, this is not a quick sidebar. Oh, there we go. We're almost at the end of sidebar. I don't know know why the entire defense team came back from that sidebar laughing. Interesting.
So I was just going to ask you, the first time that you were approached by the state police regarding this case was September 2nd of 2023, correct?
Around that time, correct? Yeah.
Right.
So even after he testifies at the federal grand jury in May of 2023, the state does not question him until that information's disclosed to them.
It would have been 5
Wow.
months after the first time you were approached.
Wow.
And it would have been about 21 months after January 29th of 2022.
Correct.
Right.
Not until the grand jury is disclosed, because that happened around.
You drove your own Ford
I think that happened around
F-150
then.
to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And the plan was to pick up Brian's sister, Julie, correct?
Correct.
And the entire time you were in the car, from when you left to go to 34 Fairview until you're now leaving 34 Fairview to go home, that driving arrangement was the same. In other words, you in the driver's seat, Ryan in the front passenger seat, and Heather in the back, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether Heather was behind the passenger, Ryan, when she was sitting in the back?
I do not recall.
So you don't recall where she was in that back cab?
No.
You do recall that strike that. As you're approaching the residence, you don't have a memory of coming face to face with a black SUV or any other vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You're not saying it didn't happen.
Face
you
to
don't
face.
recall that, correct?
Correct.
Oh, at the
in
stop.
any case, your memory, your best memory is that when you got
four-way.
there, the black SUV. And by the way, I don't want to put the words in your mouth. Do you recall it as a black SUV or?
I do.
Okay. When you got there, your best memory is that the black SUV was already parked outside the residence, correct?
Correct.
And it was facing in the same direction that you were facing as you approached the residence.
Yes.
Which means, and you're from Canton, correct?
Correct.
You came from the Cedar Crest side and you were facing toward the Chapman Street side, correct?
Correct.
Same with the black SUV.
Correct.
And it appeared to be parked properly next to the property, correct?
Mine?
No, the black SUV.
It wasn't going wrong way.
It wasn't parked at some crazy angle, correct?
Correct.
It didn't appear to have struck anything on the side of the road when it was parked, right?
Correct.
There was nothing unusual about the way it was parked.
No.
I forgot to do my morning things.
And when it was parked out there and you approached the residence, is it fair to say that there was far less snow on the ground than what we saw in Exhibits 71 and 72 that were shown to you by Mr. Lally on direct examination?
Correct.
Those photographs appeared to have been taken after the snowstorm, correct? At some point?
I would assume, yeah.
Because there's a decent amount of snow on the ground there, correct?
Correct.
But as you're pulling up to the house, it had only started snowing around that time?
I would say there was a dusting on the lawn, yeah.
So
Smattering.
it was starting to accumulate.
He said
but
starting to
there
stick.
weren't inches and inches of snow, correct?
Correct.
And your best memory is that
It's actually really relevant how much snow there was at this point in time, because this seems to be getting close in time from the prosecution's opening to when the prosecution believes John O'Keefe was hit. So if snow is just sticking to the ground, and the photos seem to indicate that John O'Keefe was on top of snow, but if snow was just sticking to the ground, then when did he fall in the snow? At what point in time is it? Because snow's not going to accumulate under him throughout the night as the night goes on. So this is actually the point in time when knowing how much snow is on the ground is very, very relevant.
the SUV was about 20 yards in front of you.
Give or take, yeah.
In terms of, just to get your estimation of what 20 yards is, would it have been farther than where you are now to where the court officer is standing behind the jury box, or is that a good approximation?
To the best of my knowledge, I would say maybe a little further.
A little further.
Maybe.
And there was nothing
that was
struck
equivocal.
in your view as you sat in the driver's seat of your Ford F-150 of the back of that black SUV, correct?
Correct.
You did not see, for instance, a Jeep with a snowplow on the front parked in between you.
I did not.
And in fact, you didn't see a Jeep with a snowplow parked anywhere on the property that you recall, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
And you didn't see any other vehicles parked along the property line other than yourself and the black SUV, correct?
Correct.
Right.
When you first pulled up, do you recall if, and I know these questions are somewhat unfair because we're talking about 2.5 years later, but when you first
I appreciate
pulled up,
that Yanetti's like,
do
this
you
isn't
recall
your
whether
fault.
the,
Nobody asked you earlier.
Red tail lights of the black SUV were lit up?
I would say to signal that the car was on, yes. I don't know if they were brake light or just normal tail light.
Gotcha, okay. And so you're surmising
Like running
that
lights versus
some
brake
lights
lights.
have to be on because your memory is that car was running.
Correct.
And with regard to the lighting in that area, did you have your headlights on when you were out there?
I believe so. I don't think I would have shut them off.
Right.
I appreciate that Yanetti's line of questioning and the way he's approaching this witness is like, this isn't fair to you. If only someone had done their job. That's the impression that the way he's questioning matters. Like, this isn't fair because it's so many years later and no one asked you closer in time. I appreciate that.
You would have been driving with your headlights on as you were going down Cedar Crest and
B2.
taking a left on
The audacity
Correct.
and
of YouTube.
Your car was still running when you pulled up to the house and parked, correct?
Correct.
And you would have left it running because your intention was, or your expectation was,
And it's cold.
that Julie Nagel was going to get in your car, correct?
Correct.
That was the whole reason you were there.
Correct.
And your expectation was that there didn't need to be a tremendously long discussion when Julie came out of the house, right? You expected her to just jump in the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
So that's why you say that there would have been no reason to turn your headlights off, correct?
Correct.
All right. So your headlights being on, they would have been focused really right on the rear of that black SUV that was in front of you, correct?
I would assume so, yeah.
Because there was nothing to block your view of the black SUV, right?
Correct.
And you did not notice any broken taillight to that SUV, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, but I did analyze it.
Sure. It didn't stand out to you that to say or to make a mental note, hey, that taillight's broken, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see any damage at all to the vehicle that you noticed, correct?
To the best of my knowledge.
I mean, when there's big damage on cars, you generally can tell, right? But this jury saw the car in the jury view. Big damage is not what this car ever had.
Sort of perpendicular to the driveway, and that's an accurate way to portray it?
Correct.
You believe that it took Julie how long to come out of the house?
I would guess under a minute.
Under a minute? And then
he did say I would
after
guess.
that under a minute span of time, she then had to walk from the front door of the house, one of the front doors of the house, to your vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And by the way, did you notice that there were two front doors to the house at that time?
At the time, no.
Y'all, if you hear it, the lawnmower's at my house.
More in the middle of the house or more over toward the driveway? Do you remember?
Apologies.
I don't. I would be guessing if I did.
And because the snow had started to stick a little bit, she wasn't running to the vehicle, correct?
I would assume not.
All right, so it took her some time to get out of the house and get to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a conversation about whether she was going to come with you or not, correct?
Correct.
That occurred through one of the passenger windows being open.
Correct.
And who was involved in that conversation?
I can't remember exactly, but I would assume maybe me and Ryan.
And there was a back and forth about whether she was going to come or you were going to stay and go inside, correct?
A back and forth. It was more just, did you guys want to come in? No, not really a back and forth.
Okay, all right. Took a few minutes for her to decide, well, I'm just going to go back inside the house?
If that, a minute or two.
Okay. And from the moment that you parked the vehicle outside that residence, your initial attention, it's fair to say, would have been on the front of the residence to see when Julie was going to come out, correct?
I don't believe I was looking.
Okay. Where were you looking when you were waiting for her? Did you have a phone?
I don't remember exactly, but I had my phone. I could have looked at it.
Okay, you could have been like, as many people do, when you're waiting for somebody, you just take out your phone and start scrolling on something.
Objection.
Do you know if you were doing that, sir?
Katie
can't
Henderson
recall,
in the
but
chat said, how
I
do I
wouldn't rule it
explain to
out.
my accountant the big dip in productivity output for my business for the month of March? And by March, I mean May. Jury duty. You're on jury duty, Katie. Alternate jury. You're the alternate jury investigation. Lucy Lou Jones says, does the Commonwealth decide which order to call their witnesses? And if so, what's the best strategy? Oh, I'm going to get to that
About the damage to
after
the
he's done
rear of the
questioning.
vehicle, that, you know, your attention wasn't just focused on studying that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that from the moment that you pulled up to Julie coming out of the house, to Julie walking to the car, to the conversation between, you know, you and Ryan and Julie, you were not monitoring what was going on inside or outside that black SUV, correct?
Correct.
And during that span of time, again, while you showed up there waiting for Julie, she comes out eventually, she walks to the car, you talk to her, you were not paying attention to who, if anybody, was inside the black SUV at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you were not paying attention to whether anybody got out of the vehicle during that time, correct?
Correct.
And then ultimately, you were going home. The night was over, correct?
Correct.
And in order to go home, your plan was to keep going up Fairview Road toward Chapman Street, correct?
Correct.
And in order to do that, that would have meant that you passed the black SUV that had been in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, as you're passing the black SUV, do you recall whether or not there was an interior light on within the cab of that SUV?
I do not.
All right. Were you curious at all who was inside that SUV, given that it pulled up to the same house that you pulled up to?
Not at all.
No.
You were concentrated more on the road.
Well, they were,
Correct.
I mean,
as far as you
they were all
concerned,
asked to go
the
inside.
night was over, time to go home.
People were there.
Correct.
All right. But it's fair to say that at no point in time, from the first time you saw that SUV until you're leaving it, did you see anybody in the front passenger seat of the SUV, correct?
I didn't look inside the SUV.
Right. So you didn't see anybody in the front passenger seat.
No, I didn't look.
He's like, I
You
didn't see
also
anybody
didn't
inside.
notice at any
SUV.
point anybody standing outside that SUV,
Not to my knowledge.
and you never saw anybody sitting in the snow or in the street or on the lawn
no.
outside the SUV?
Not to my knowledge,
And
no.
you never saw anybody lying outside that SUV. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
And answer some questions. Lucy Lou had said, does the Commonwealth decide which order to call the witnesses? What's the best strategy?
Thank you.
To tell
Just
the
briefly.
story
Sir, so
the jury can understand is the
from the
best
time
strategy.
that you were in front of the house until you left, you never saw anyone go in or out of that house or in and out of that vehicle, the black SUV in front of you, correct?
Compound. He saw
Correct.
Julie
Okay.
go in and out.
And while you were not monitoring the activity around the SUV, you never saw anyone around the SUV, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say that if a 6-foot man had walked from the SUV to the house, is that something that you think you would have seen?
Sustained.
Nothing further on.
You are all set, Mr.
Thank you, guys.
I love that he's like, thanks, guys. I'm out.
Next witness just allowed.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Ms. Allison McCabe.
Allison McCabe, witness 36. Interesting. Are we getting into the McCabe family now? The prosecution seems to be grouping witnesses together. And if so, will we get to Jen McCabe later? I believe Allison McCabe is the daughter, but I'm sure we'll go through an entire family tree and lineage.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
This is witness 36.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Allie McCabe, MCCABE.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Basically my whole life except first few months I lived in Stoughton.
And do you work? Do you go to school?
I'm a student.
In college, is that correct?
Yes.
And what year are you in college?
I just finished my sophomore year.
And when living in Canton, who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
My two parents and my three sisters.
So you're one of four girls, is that correct?
Correct.
And are you the oldest?
Yes.
And your parents, what are their names?
Matt and Jen.
McCabe, obviously.
If I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall those days?
Yes.
And do you recall what days of the week those were?
Friday and Saturday, I believe.
And so on that Friday evening, starting with there, well, let me ask you this first. At that time, you were a high school student, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did you go to high school?
Canton High School.
For those asking in the chat for our international crew,
yes.
What is a sophomore in college? It's second year of college.
Yes.
So 4 years of high school and then 4 years of
soccer,
college.
hockey, and lacrosse.
Yes.
And
She's
so
busy.
January, that would have been which sports season?
Hockey season.
Now, with respect to the hockey, as far as that evening of the 28th, how did your evening start out, or what, if anything, were you doing first that evening?
It started with a team dinner at my house. The hockey team came over. We had dinner. Then I went to my sister's basketball game at the Canton High School. Then I was hanging out with two of my friends. We were driving around. Then the night ended with me driving Colin Albert home.
And so let me start sort of back at the beginning before we go all the way through. So as far
Oh no,
as,
just get to driving Colin Albert home. No, Lolly. If you're gonna ask for the entire guest list at the hockey team dinner or what the score was of the basketball game one more time, I'm gonna lose my mind. Let's just get to when she picked Colin up and took him home, please. Let's do that.
It's usually like the night before a game.
And sort of rotated between different players' houses.
Correct.
And so where was it on that particular?
That night it was
her
at my house.
Our swim team did this. I loved it.
What time did the team dinner get done, or what time did that wind down and you went to the basketball?
I'm not exactly sure. The basketball games typically start around 6:30, so I assume around then.
And who, if anyone, from your family was involved in the basketball?
My younger sister.
And was she JV, varsity? What was she playing on at that
time? Varsity.
Lolly.
And who, if anyone else from your family, was at a basketball?
My parents. I'm not sure about my sisters.
Which we already know from the Kolakethis' testimony.
I believe I drove and I arrived later than my parents.
And as far as at that time, did you have your own car?
Yes.
And what kind of car did you have?
A little Ford Fusion, blue.
And when you arrived there, you're a high school senior, correct?
Correct.
Did you sit with your parents during the game?
No.
Sort of like a student section.
Does it matter where she
Correct.
sat at the basketball game?
Yes.
No.
And when the
it
game
doesn't.
was over, where was it that you
I believe I was just driving around with two of my friends. And then as we were driving, we came across a dog on the side of the street. We knew a snowstorm was coming. So we picked the dog up and then brought it to the police station and then drove the dog back to where its owner's house.
And so,
what?
As far as the friends that you were driving around with, what are their names?
Avery, Panadosi, and Danielle Seaman.
Can you do us a favor and spell those?
Yeah, you're going to need to spell Panadosi, ma'am.
P-I.
Also, yes, chat, her face does look flushed. She looked a little flushed when she came in. I am not surprised by that, given the high profile nature of this case. So it doesn't really indicate much more to me than she might flush when she is nervous. But, you know, it just is what it is.
And had they been with you at the game previously?
Yes, I believe so.
So you, when you say drove around, whereabouts were you driving?
Around!
Through Canton, pretty aimlessly.
Around, Lolly.
And at some point you come upon a dog, is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that?
On Elm Street.
And this was a dog obviously unfamiliar to you, is that correct?
Yes.
So what did you do with the dog?
The dog ran over to the car when we stopped and picked the dog up, and we didn't really know what to do with it, so we brought it to the police station.
Do you recall at all what kind of dog it was?
No, white.
Dog.
It was small. It was white and brown. Not sure what type.
And so while you're at the police station, what, if anything, did you learn about that dog that you brought to the police station? I went in the police station. The dog stayed in the car with one of my friends. And as I was walking in and telling the officer that I found a dog, he got a call from the owner, and she asked if she was like, "Oh, can you return my dog, please?"
What?
And so you brought the dog back to the owner?
Yes.
You know about what time all of that was going on?
I'm not sure.
I bet there's a call log of exactly what time it was from the police department, if anybody cares, if it matters.
That you had
probably doesn't.
Picked up a person by the name of Colin Albert, is that right?
Correct.
And who was Colin Albert to you, or could you describe to the jury sort of your relationship with Colin?
I've known Colin since I've been born. Our families are very close. We went to high school together, growing up, in the same friend group. So yeah, we're very close.
They are not cousins.
Same grade as you, is that right?
Correct.
So you was a senior at this time as well?
Yes.
And you have mutual friends together?
Yes.
Now, the two of you are not actually sort of blood related, is that correct?
Correct.
But you have sort of relatives in common, is that correct?
Yes.
And to that point, as far as when he reached out to you, let me ask you this. How is it that you came to come by and sort of pick him up on that evening?
He texted me and was asking for a ride, and then I responded, drove, and got him, texted him when I arrived.
Now, as far as that sort of, I don't know what exactly to call it, but as far as you picking him up at certain places, like on weekend nights, was that
were you your
of normal
friend's DD? That's the question.
No, that's common. He knew I was driving that night, so it's pretty common. Our friends, we always just drive each other around and stuff.
And without getting too much into it, as far as high school was concerned, particularly when someone was drinking, would they call and ask for a ride?
Correct, yes.
Rather than driving their own car?
Yes.
And as far as you knew, was Colin drinking at least at some point during that evening?
Yes.
Is that why he needed a ride?
Yes.
And with respect to your parents, did you, around this time that you're driving around and you're going to pick up Colin, did you have any idea where your parents were or what they were doing?
I knew they were going out after the basketball game, but no, I didn't know. I have their Life 360. They have mine, so I wasn't sure though.
And as far as the Life 360 goes, is that something that you sort of keep track of them, or they keep track of you?
It's more them keeping track of me.
Is that going to be an evidence?
Now,
because if they got Jen McCabe's phone and she has Life 360 on it, is that going to be an evidence at some point? Because then we'll know where Jen McCabe is going and what she is doing. If they have that tracking on it, that'd be very interesting.
Do you know approximately what time it was that you first get sort of a Colin reaches out via text to pick him up?
I believe it was around midnight. Not exactly what sure exact, but around midnight.
Life 360 lets you share like location
know
and stuff.
where he was when he
Chat.
picked him up?
Yes, the Albert's house, 34 Fairview.
And is that a house that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship do you have to the people that live at the Alberts?
My aunt and uncle and my cousins.
So Brian Albert is your uncle, correct?
Correct.
Paul Albert is your aunt.
Correct.
How is she your aunt? Is the father's side?
Oh my God, Lolly.
My mother's sister.
And
Nicole Albert
Colin Albert
is Jen
obviously
McCabe's
last name Albert
sister.
is related to people at Fairview as well.
Correct.
That's sort of on the other side of the family.
Correct.
And do you know what, as far as your conversation with Colin, do you know why he was over at that house that night?
It was little Brian's birthday.
Most interesting thing about this
So
testimony so far is
you
that
went
their
by
phones have Life 360.
Yes.
And do you recall where you were or sort of who you were with when you first get that text or communication from Colin to pick him up?
Yes, I was at another friend's house. After I drove Avery and Danielle home, I went somewhere else.
You drove the two friends that you were with earlier home and then you went somewhere else?
Yes, I believe, yes.
Is at that point did you get a text from Colin?
Yes.
Now, do you recall whether or not the information that you had as to where Colin was that night, is that
The Life
something that
360
came to
could
you
very
as
easily
well,
prove
or was
that.
a phone call or some other type of communication?
You would think they would bring it in.
I knew he was there. Could have been a phone call. I'm not sure.
So were there a variety of different ways that you would have communicated with Colin around that time?
Yes, there's other apps as well. Yes.
I'm sorry, you said through apps as well?
Yes.
And what kind of apps?
She said other apps.
For example, like Snapchat.
So you had each other sort of Snapchat information, phone number information, call, text, snap, could have been any of those things.
Yes.
Now, when you get that communication from him to come pick him up,
What time was that?
about how long a period of time was it from the time that you
What?
get the text from Colin to the time that you arrived?
What time was the text?
I'm not sure.
But what time was the text?
You're familiar with that home at 34 Fairview, right?
Correct.
What time was the text?
Countless times before, as you're related to the people that own it.
Correct.
And do you recall from where you were coming from, as far as how did you come to Fairview? Would that have been on the Chapman side or the Cedar Crest side, or how did you come?
I don't remember.
And when you get to the home, you obviously park at some point, correct?
Correct.
And where in relation to the house did you park?
I believe in the driveway on the left side. Not entirely sure. I just believe that.
And when you arrive, what, if any, communication did you send to Colin?
I texted him saying here.
And after you texted that to Colin,
As one
he was
does.
at the house, is that correct?
Correct.
And when he comes out of the house, about how long a period of time was it from the time that you texted him here to the time that he comes out to the car?
I'm not sure. A few minutes.
And in the area around the time that you arrive on Fairview Road, what, if anything, do you recall in regard to the weather, or what was it doing then?
I believe it was starting to snow. Nothing crazy.
Did you see
As
a
far as accumulation, what, if anything, did you
Jeep with a
observe,
snowplow on it?
Lights on in the house. That's it.
as far as the snow was concerned, was it starting to sort of stick to the ground?
I don't remember.
It was not crazy, Lolly. That's what she
You text
said.
Colin,
Nothing
shortly
crazy.
after he comes out, is that right?
Correct.
You recall, you're familiar, obviously, as I've asked you a couple times now, with the house. There were two doors in the front of the house, is that right?
Yes.
And do you know which of the two doors Colin came out of?
No, I'm not sure.
And when he came down, he came over to the car, correct?
Yes.
And you're in the driveway?
Yes.
He gets into what part of the car? Front passenger seat?
Yes, I believe.
And from the time that you, so when you leave from there, where is it that you went?
His house and then my house.
You dropped him off at his house?
Christine, we don't know.
Correct.
Okay,
Now-
Mr. Lally, we're actually going to break here. We have to break a little bit
Time.
early, but we'll be back at 2.
Okay, so.
Tammy said, EDB, your eyes are glazing over.
See, let the
Yes.
jurors go out first and then Ms. McCabe.
The judge is like, mid-sentence,
Thank you.
done.
All rise.
I know some of you say she only does it to the defense. She does it to the prosecution quite often. She's like, and I am done with listening to you for this day. For those of you asking, can't the judge stop the prosecution? It's a very, very difficult thing to do because the prosecution has to prove their case. They are allowed to choose how they want to do it. The defense is not objecting that this is becoming repetitive or cumulative. So the judge has asked multiple times for him to move it along, has cut off lines of questioning,
All right, we'll be back at 2.
and has really done the most that I think she can. So court will be back at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time, 1 p.m. local time for me. I'm going to do a quick overview summary and then a few questions, and then I am going to get some lunch. There will be a premiere of the Emily Show podcast. It's a summary of the hearing in Idaho, not yesterday's sealed hearing, but the hearing earlier in May. So that will be up on the channel over lunch. You can hang out in there and chat if you want to catch up on a summary of that hearing. It got kind of feisty. If you need law to look for over lunch, it'll be there. And then I will be back. If court has been pretty prompt coming back in the afternoon, so I should be back promptly. I think I said 2 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Central. I don't know, 11 a.m. Pacific. I don't know. I just don't know where we're at today, but that's where we're at. Or where we're at. I'm so tired today, and the repetitive questioning. I don't know how the jurors are doing this. I'm sure they're also tired, but we're here. Let me just do a summary real quick. Where are my swoops? Let us just swoop. We are at the lunch break at the morning of day 12 of the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, and we are finally starting to hear from witnesses who say that they saw people inside the black SUV or a black SUV parked outside of 34 Fairview sometime after midnight. We heard from Ricky, who was driving the Ford F-150, that Ryan Nagle and his ex-girlfriend were in when they went to go pick up Julie at 34 Fairview before she said, no, I'm going to stay here a bit longer, and then went back inside. So we have heard from some witnesses that they saw the SUV go from where it was at the mailbox and move further down Fairview towards the flagpole. We heard from some witnesses that say they didn't see the SUV move at all, but we heard from multiple witnesses that as the Ford F-150 was pulling away from 34 Fairview after Julie decided not to leave with them and they decided not to go inside the home, that the passenger compartment light was on in the black SUV and that they saw a woman in the driver's seat. One witness said she also saw a man with short hair. No one mentioned a hat, and a woman with long hair. No one identified that as Karen Reed, but the defense on cross-examination asked, you now know that that was Karen Reed in the SUV. So the defense is not contending at any point that black SUV is not Karen Reed's SUV and that was not Karen Reed driving the SUV. The state hadn't elicited that. I'm surprised the defense asked it. But again, the defense theory of the case is that Karen dropped off John O'Keefe and left. So they're not contesting that she was there. And I'm sure her cell phone data will place her there at that time. If we ever get to those witnesses in this trial, we'll see if we do. I was just surprised they asked it at cross-examination, but at cross-examination, they're like, we now know that that's Karen Reed in the car, right? Like, you now know that. And I was like, oh, okay, well, that's surprising, but there they go. This is Karen Reed's SUV and this is Karen Reed in the SUV. Interesting. We will see where this goes after lunch. We are now on the witness who picked up Colin Albert from 34 Fairview. Not his cousin, but maybe not his cousin, but a lifelong friend, and that is, Allison McCabe, Jen McCabe's daughter. And why I say not his cousin is because The McCabe side of the family is only related to part of the Albert family because Jen McCabe is sisters with Nicole Albert, married to Brian Albert Sr., who lives at 34 Fairview. Colin's father, Chris Albert, is brothers with Brian Albert. So they are not related by blood, but everyone in this town is somewhat connected. Not true. Everyone that's testified in this case is somewhat connected because everybody was at the house. So they are just adjacent. For the chat that's saying play cousins, they're adjacent. They are all, part of the larger extended family, but it's very clear, and Brian Albert Jr. made it very clear that the McCabes are not Alberts, so they are not in the cousin Snapchat with all of the Albert cousins. They have a separate, we don't know if they have a separate Snapchat. I'm just being snarky. They're not in the cousin Snapchat with the Albert cousins. So, that is what it is. Let's get to some of your questions. It feels like a Friday, but it's a Wednesday. It's just the most Friday-iest Wednesday ever. Just ever. Lobster Roll said, did that expert ever get identified as an expert? Nope. Nope, not at all. No Illusion said, where is the evidence that clearly existed to verify all these people's comings and goings? I don't know. We haven't seen it yet, but we now know that they have Life 360s on the phone. So if Life 360 is on Jen McCabe's phone, it's not hard to figure out where she's going. I just wonder if nobody ever asked for it. I mean, they're not interviewing people till a year and a half later. Did anyone even ask? And isn't that the defense theory of the case? That they weren't investigated. So I don't know if we'll see it. I just don't know if we'll see it. Let's see. Amy Z said, it's my fur baby's 13th birthday today. Happy birthday to my puggle, half pug, half beagle. Wait, would that be puggle? Did I pronounce that properly? Diesel the puggle. He loves being a pawnerd. Thank you, Diesel. We love having you as a pawnerd. So excited. I got my fax hat and my I Have Questions zip hoodie. I am in my fax hat today and my Law Nerd zip hoodie. Today has been a lot. Lindy asked, can John's family sue the state police for a bad investigation? Not easily. Not easily. I'm curious to see, and I will withhold more comment on that until we see, because there is a federal investigation into this, until we see if there were any rights that were violated. So without more information, it's difficult for me to say. It is not easy to sue government bodies. They have quite a lot of immunity. So that is not an easy thing to do. But I might reevaluate that if we ever see the results of the federal grand jury and federal investigation. For those of you in the chat saying, honestly, I'm confused about the whole timeline. Mm-hmm. Yep. Do you remember, those of you that remember the Darrell Brooks trial, where the prosecution had like a whole blown up street view and then had different things on it, and they could follow along the street view and the time as they went through their case? Wasn't that so helpful? Yeah, it was. It was super helpful. And then they established everything on that. They showed it in, I believe, opening and closing. It was wonderfully helpful to place how everything happened in time and their theory of the case. Well, there's nothing like that. There's nothing like that here. There's just nothing like that here. Brianna Pickney said, if we ever reach the end of the state's case and it's a wash, can the defense skip their case and go straight to jury deliberations? The defense is not obligated to present any case whatsoever. The defense is not obligated to do anything. The defense is not obligated to cross-examine witnesses. That said, I don't think that they will. Could they? Yes, they always could. The defense doesn't have to put up anything. I don't think they'll do that. It'll be interesting to see what more comes into evidence before we get to the defense's motion to dismiss. I am most curious if we will get to see the lawyers argue the motion to dismiss. B2 gifted 20 memberships. Thank you so much. And then I saw from Holly Solo said, are court transcripts available? I don't know if dailies are available. Dailies tend to be fairly expensive. So I've not asked if there are dailies available, but there are other channels that have the trial without any commentary. So I would imagine if you went to the source channel, you could pull like a rough transcript off of YouTube, but you wouldn't get like a sidebar transcript and stuff like that. Alexan on Wheels asked how many witnesses on the Commonwealth witness list. I haven't dared to look. I'm afraid at this point that Lolly's just going to call them all. I haven't looked. I don't want to know. Look, never ask me the odds. I just don't want to know at this point. I just don't want to know at this point. Or never tell me the odds. How Emily, I'm offended by myself at this point. How dare I? Paralegal Erica said defense making the admission that was in fact Karen Reed driving the SUV. Yep. They're stating the fact that Commonwealth didn't ask. The Commonwealth couldn't ask. So, yep. Was Ryan a scrub hanging out the passenger side of his best friend ride, trying to holler at, wait, no, then he'd be hollering at his sister. No, that's no good. But yes, every time they say passenger side, everybody else is also singing with you, Stephen. Oh, hanging out the passenger side of his best friend's ride. Heather said, EDB, what cases have you covered on YouTube with the most witnesses? I've never counted them before, Heather. I realized during this trial I needed to because I felt like it was lagging so much. I've not counted them. Murdaugh was supposed to be 3 weeks. It ended up being 6. Depp Heard was 6 weeks of testimony, but like 7 weeks of trial because there was a break. So we've covered some long trials, but I've got to be honest, 12 days in, this trial feels inordinately longer than both the Murdaugh case and the Depp Heard case. Because as I feel like I owe Elaine somewhat of an apology, because as much as there were moments where I was frustrated, I didn't feel like my brain was being pulled out through my ears during the entirety of her questioning. Like there were moments, there were ups and downs to Depp Heard where there were moments that were dragging, and then there were moments, especially with the video depositions, and then there were moments that were very heavy and dramatic, and there were moments that were very light, and so the pacing was different. This pacing is just day in and day out kind of a slog, and because it's hard to see where Lolly is going because the opening was difficult and unclear, it's hard to pick up the pieces that are important in the barrage of, what did you have for dinner? Who came over to your house for the hockey team dinner? Then you went to your sister's basketball game? She was on varsity or JV? Where did you sit? Like, it's hard. It's hard. Kiki says, how many witnesses does it take to tell us it was snowing and there was beer? Not this many. We well established that. Patty said, if the state doesn't call Jen McCabe, will the defense call her? I would imagine so. I would imagine so. Cully Cullen said, no meteorologist as an expert witness. I mean, I might be disappointed if there's not at this point. Sammy spills the tea. Is he going to ask each witness the same useless questions? Apparently, yes. Ronnie said, after that testimony, can somebody remind me why we're in court again? Specifically as to Karen Reed. No. I want to be able to help. You guys are asking for help in the chat. You're like, Emily, help us understand. I don't know. I don't know. There are so many things in this case that have not been proven yet. I just don't know. I can't help. I just can't help. Yvette asked this question, a great question earlier this morning. Emily, wouldn't the victim's body have already been washed down before they tested for the dog's DNA weeks or months later? It seems they tested the clothes. I don't think the coroner ever swabbed the injuries on the victim's arm. And if they did, we haven't heard of it yet because we haven't heard from the coroner or pathologist or if they're one and the same. So it's just a lot. I'm going to try to get to some more questions, just a few, because I need to go eat lunch. tired and hungry at this point. Chat, it is great to see you. Law nerds, God, Elaine makes this case drag. Lolly, hold my beer. Hold my Mick Ultra. Hold my White Claw. That's what's happening. Conductor Cruz said, why mention a dog? Excuse for having dog DNA in the car, perhaps? I don't know if there's dog DNA in any of the cars. It feels at this point, and this is my speculation, just so we're clear. It feels at this point that Lolly is trying to disprove the defense's opening statement and not prove his case. Like, he's not trying his case. Look, you got to follow your own arrow. You got to run your own race, whatever other analogy you want to use. The prosecution has to be clear to a jury, have a theory of the case, prove that theory of the case, prove the elements of the crime, and do it clearly and in a way that the jury can follow. That will not always be perfect, but at least you want the jury to follow. But instead, he is trying to try his whole case on, not what they said. And that is very, very hard to follow. And it's out of order. And he's not, so far, 12 days in, proving his case. There are bits that we think he's going to put together, but I don't know if we will or if we won't. So we will see. Just a final reminder on this case for all of you that are new here and have made this the #1 place to watch this trial. Thank you. The law nerd community decided to go into this as jurors. I know that that can be difficult and frustrating. It's wild to me. I appreciate those of you who are like, girl, just wait, that are like, that know there are things coming down the road in this case and are like, oh, girl, just wait. I appreciate you that are just saying, girl, but wait, there's more. Who aren't bringing things in from outside that is known about this case. Much is known about this case. I am sure it is being discussed on social media. I am staying away from all of it. I am like, I want to know more about what happened at the Vanderpump reunion last night that I haven't gotten to watch, because I don't want to change my opinion of these witnesses, their testimony, or this case based on what I know from the outside. Sometimes we come into a case that we've been covering from the beginning. The Murdaugh case is a great example. I started covering what looked like a wild case of attorney corruption and this really weird roadside incident. And after that, he was arrested for murder. And I was like, the fuck? But I was already in before he was charged with murder. So we're in too deep at that point. There's no turning around. So in that case, I was already in. Depp v. Heard, I went in much like a juror. I had looked at the ruling in the UK and not much else. I didn't want to know. So when people were coming into the chat and were like, that deposition was edited, this is missing. I'm like, well, the jury doesn't have that, because if we're not seeing it, the jury doesn't know it. And I enjoy going into this case with, if the jury hasn't seen it, we don't know it. So there's much that we don't know. And that's getting real frustrating for me. But it's also been, I stay kind of in the Law Nerd app. That's where I'm going to be posting updates. I will post quick updates on the Quick Bits channel and on Instagram, but I've really stayed away from the rest of it to try to make sure that I am judging these witnesses based on how they're testifying in court, based on how they're presenting in court, based on their direct examination and cross-examination. That's what I'm trying to stick to. And if we're left with a bunch of unanswered questions at the end of this, then that's where we're left. But I want to understand what this jury does when this jury does something. And this is the best way I know how, given this case. And we go case by case. So with that, chat, the Law Nerd tumblers are now shipping. They are in the Law Nerd shop. I saw tons of you getting your shipping notifications this morning. They are currently on sale. They are not on sale all month. These are only on sale till, I forgot the date. My team told me. Go Team Baker, go. These are only on sale till May 24th. If you are interested in the Law Nerd tumblers, there's a link in the app and on you can just go to lawnardshop.com and pick up the tumblers. So if you're interested in the iridescent tumblers, remember the little Lawnard bit actually is a little matte, so I think it stands out better. This was my original sample, and I don't have my matte one yet. Some of you are going to get them before I do, which is fantastic. So Lawnards, those are on sale for you. So don't forget to head over to the Lawnard shop at lawnardshop.com and grab your tumbler. With that, I am going to get some lunch. I will be back. I'll be back right. Miguelina, let's set it for 1:10 because I'm going to need just a minute to eat. Let's set our afternoon stream for 1:10. Thank you. Chat, I will see you back. You guys are free to chat. The podcast is premiering, and then we will be over in the afternoon stream. I know that the Corey Richins prelim is going on. I'm going to have to cover it another day. I'm literally heartbroken because Lolly is just like dragging my soul, and all I want to do is switch gears and go over there. But I will be covering those on different days. Members, I am moving the members only to Thursday. You guys will all get that information. I need to just remind Chris to put that in the members' spaces. For those asking, do we ship internationally? Yes, we do. Information is all in the Lawnard shop for you. People are already getting their shipping notifications for Australia, the UK, and the rest. And we learned quite a few things shipping the tumblers last time. And so our international shipping is even better this time. It is merch is always interesting. So with that, get some food. Lawnards, I will see you back here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Lawnard. Don't forget to get the app. I will see you soon. You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnardapp.com or search the App Store for Lawnard. You can also follow me around social media. And don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Lawnard.